Good afternoon. Welcome all the participants on our event, International Conference, Mental Health, Ukraine, World Future. I'm Oksana Horbach. I'm the head of the issues of giving psychological aid, qualified psychological aid to combatants and veterans of ATO is actual as well. Among the specialists, there's a request for constant the conference Mental Health, World and Future. It will unite the expert psychologists, leading specialists of evidence-based methods of psychological help of ex-combatants and people who suffered from armed conflicts. The international experts from United States, Japan, Ukraine will be involved. So the experts will talk on a wide spectrum of questions. The conference will be divided into four sections. Vitality Project Donbass, evidence-based of leading practices. So we will talk about psychological standards of trauma work and new standards of psychological aid. The event will be held on 2 languages, English and Ukrainian. So you're welcome to ask your questions into Zoom chat, and we will translate and send them to our speakers. It's also the Development Foundation on peace building and by financial support of so Manal Fouani, UNDP Deputy Resident Representative of Ukraine, is our first speaker. So she is. So are you online? So please tell us about.
Good afternoon, dear guests, Your Excellencies. I see our distinguished partner, actually, Ambassador of the Netherlands. Good to see you here, Marta, representative of the EU. Also, we're very happy to see you today. Partners connected from different locations. I would like to welcome you today to our international online conference on mental health, Ukraine, the world, and the future. It is an honor to be here, and it's an honor also to ensure that we are dedicating this discussion to the latest research on this topic. And so we can together find a way forward to strengthen the mental health and psychological well-being of ex-combatants, but also of that of the people who are actually affected by the armed conflict and the crisis in eastern Ukraine. A bit of a history to this. We all remember that since 2014, we have a protracted conflict in the east of the country that has presented severe challenges for the ex-combatants and the civilian communities and population who found themselves caught up in the crisis and the conflict. This war has been further compounded by COVID-19 pandemic, which has also hit hard the families and communities, not only with additional stress, but also with additional burden to address daily life matters. The ex-combatants coming back or returning from the armed conflict zone, they find it extremely hard and sometimes almost impossible to carry out a normal life, a normal civilian life, in the absence of targeted help, adequate support, particularly when it comes to mental health analysis or services, especially coming from mental health specialists. Many people experience post-traumatic disorder, what we call in our sphere PTSD, or even depression. They might also face grief over the loss of family members and friends. And all of these are very anxious and difficult experiences, particularly when we look into job security or experiencing difficult family dynamics, uncertainty, and fear of the future. we know that these are difficulties and problems that are faced by ex-combatants and, of course, their family members and everybody that has lived in a crisis situation. You know, if we look at global statistics, we see that 14%, for instance, of veterans in Ukraine only seek psychological support, whereas if we look globally, we know that in the United States, for example, we have 40% of those veterans seeking this type of psychological support, and that matters. And in today's event, we are organizing together this analysis, this conference to better understand the situation. This is definitely only happening with the support from all our partners under the Recovery and Peacebuilding Program, who are generously funding this type of specialized support coming from the European Union, coming from the Kingdom of Netherlands Embassy here, among other partners, of course. We would like together to convey a vital and yet very simple message to all ex-combatants and to the people who found themselves caught up in armed conflict and crisis in Ukraine, that no matter how difficult the situation is, shocking and terrifying a certain situation you face might seem, you are certainly not alone. There is always help available to you to recover and to heal and to reintegrate and feel going back to society in a normal way. As a person who have lived different wars myself, I can assure you that without determined action, the mental health impact of the armed conflict might last much longer than the conflict itself. And for this reason, we need to make a collective effort. Government, civil society, health authorities, families, friends, everybody, we all need to come together to address the mental health dimension of the armed conflict and the crisis we're facing. And here, let me reiterate that UNDPs remain committed to continue supporting ex-combatants and vulnerable populations in the East, so they have someone to turn to for psychological support, but also so they can lead a rich and fulfilling life and aspire to be effective members of their communities at large. Easily accessible and high quality psychological support provided in a timely and a specialized, and I would even say customized manner to individual conditions is critical, and it goes beyond the importance of availing just regular medical service or psychosocial support service. And it is important to be available in a person's life to ensure that there is a change in this person's quality of life. And for that reason, as part of the UN Recovery and Peacebuilding Program, UNDP has been organizing training on psychosomatic methods of mental recovery for psychologists who work with ex-combatants and who work with their families to be able to enhance their quality of life. And this is only possible with the support of specialized partners like we have. We've also been piloting a training program for mental health professionals that introduce them to some international gold standards of trauma intervention and how do we deal with these situations. I think by now we have been directly working with more than 200 ex-combatants and their families, training them on non-conflict communication channels and methodologies. And the colleagues are telling us that the impact is positive and the engagement is also positive. So today we will also be listening and learning more about mental health and healthcare research findings, the newest scientifically grounded techniques and tools for restoring the mental health for the ex-combatants, internally displaced people, but also everybody and anyone that found themselves caught up in a crisis or a conflict situation. I'm quite positive that today's dialogue will certainly enrich our understanding of the needs and priorities, will lay a solid foundation for a sustainable provision of really much needed psychological support to those affected by the armed conflict, whether ex-combatants, IDPs, host communities, all of us that we find ourselves living such difficult circumstances. With that, I would like to wish you all a very active engagement. I look forward to listening more to all of you and learn about where we stand and how can we better help. Thank you so much.
Дуже дякуємо, пані Фуані. Ми дуже раді вітати сьогодні представників усіх трьох.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fouani. We gladly welcome all the representatives of international organizations. So the international conference is held on help of government of Netherlands, and together with us is the ambassador of the Netherlands. So please, could you tell us?
It is a pleasure to see you. And let me start by saying that, of course, Ukraine has a lot of veterans with active combat experience and a big number of civilians who faced conflict and experienced the consequences of the events in the east of the country on a daily basis. Men, women, I hope you're still with me. Men, women, children, relatives, they need our support and recognition. The Kingdom of the Netherlands has tried to put mental health and psychosocial support in crisis situations high on the international agenda. And in Ukraine, we are one of the main sponsors of the Recovery and Peace Building Program of UNDP. With a contribution for mainly community security and access to justice. With this help, UNDP, our important partner, has implemented activities in support of the mental health of ATO ex-combatants. And over the past years, UNDP has introduced innovative methodologies on psychological rehabilitation focused on communication between veterans and their families, and provided support for public organizations of ATO combatants. And I'm looking forward to seeing the results of all these activities during this conference. I believe the methods and treatments presented at this conference will be crucial in helping Ukraine address the serious mental health consequences of the long-running armed conflict in the east of the country. Having served in a NATO mission in Afghanistan myself, I know very well the impact of PTSS on veterans and civilians. And I also know how important it is to listen, to be there, to offer support, and to reintegrate into society. Yes, veterans are our heroes. We owe them gratitude, but as a society, it is our obligation to offer support when they come home. The wounds are most of the time not visible, but they are there. The Netherlands also contributes bilaterally to improve the mental health of Ukraine. It is hosting Invictus Games for veterans in 2022. Sports is a way out of depressions and possibilities to maintain bonds between combatants. And it was good to see and hear that a group of veterans is training every week in the Olympic Stadium here in Kyiv. And during the Kyiv Marathon, I saw some 100 veterans actually taking part in the 10K. Even a blind veteran with a leg prosthesis finished. Just a miracle. This shows the potential of sports as a way to combat psychosocial problems. And as we speak, we are also implementing a pilot project to rehabilitate 5 wounded Ukrainian servicemen in the Medical Rehabilitation Center of the Ministry of Defense in the Netherlands. Last but not least, let's not forget that attention for veterans is not just a thing in contact between governments. Dutch citizens and Ukrainians in the Netherlands work together to make a delivery of used medical equipment to the Ukrainian military hospital here in Kyiv possible. In addition, and this is again an initiative of citizens, a group of certified Dutch therapists came to Slavyansk to provide EMDR trauma training to a group of locally based psychologists. And the training was given to them for free and on the condition that the psychologists who took part would provide their service free of charge to their patients. These are just a couple of examples of how cooperation between our countries, both on the governmental level and on the people-to-people level can actually help to alleviate the psychosocial needs. Therefore, personally, I'm committed. The Netherlands is dedicated, and I look forward to the exchange of experience together with you. So, looking forward, and all the best.
Пане посол, дуже дякуємо. Наш наступний спікер.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker here, Martin Schroeder, the head of operation. So could you please tell about the support of veterans projects from the side of EU? Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to be here with you. So thank you from the behalf of European Union here in Ukraine.
Conference, mental health and rehabilitation program. And I think, well, we all know this is a very complex issue, and it is reassuring that we have many international partners here today, as well as key representatives of the Ukrainian government, of academia, and of the expert community. Together with the Dutch Embassy, we have been working with the UNDP, as was already mentioned, to support the ministries of the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, of Social Policy and of Health, as well as veteran organizations in their work to address the challenges that veterans face after the demobilization. Since 2019, we have partnered also with the International Organization of Migration on a specific veteran reintegration project. Now it's in its second phase, and it also includes a component of livelihoods and business startups, activities on community cohesion and sports, as already mentioned by the ambassador, psychosocial support, and advocacy campaigns. The long-lasting conflict still hampers the normal lives of millions of people living in and around conflict-affected regions. Many ATO and JFO ex-combatants find it particularly hard to get back to their normal, peaceful life without qualified help and professional support. We believe that it remains crucial to unite our efforts with government counterparts, with international partners, with the expert community, and with civil society groups to develop a system of sustainable help and support for those which are so severely affected by the conflict. At the same time, it is equally important to break the taboo that still often exists around the matter of mental health, unfortunately. The conflict itself and many personal stories may not always make it to the top of the news these days. However, this does not mean that we should look past the people who continue to feel its impact. Mental well-being, especially in the context of the ongoing armed conflict, cannot be overlooked. We need to put in an even greater effort so that people who went through its horrors and continue to suffer can get the help they need and return to their normal lives. Today's conference and discussions, I think, represent another step forward in improving the veteran support programs in Ukraine. Ukraine's very vibrant civil society and volunteer movements have been playing, and we believe continue to play a key role in this process. However, I think we can all agree that this process needs a further strategic push, both at the national and the regional and also at the local levels. The strategy should be translated into practice through a smart use of resources, and including work on healthcare, rehabilitation, community reintegration, psychosocial support, employment and skills training, and also on women veterans affairs. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, the other agencies and international partners for turning the spotlight on this highly important issue of mental health and psychosocial support of veterans. And I would, of course, like to assure you that we will continue providing support for Ukraine's veterans' reintegration into civilian life through this and through other initiatives. With this, I wish you all a productive conference and look forward to interesting discussions and presentations. Thank you very much.
Пане Schroeder, дуже дякуємо. З нами сьогодні в фізичному просторі заступник міністра у справах ветеранів Ihor Bezkaravainyi. Ігоре, вітаємо тебе. Хотілося б, звичайно, почути від тебе, яким чином буде виглядати політика Міністерства у справах ветеранів відносно ментального здоров'я екскомбатантів та екскомбатанток АТО. Як ви бачите цей процес?
Thank you for your question. I'd like to thank the organizers and the sponsors of this event because it's very much in time. Because yesterday there was an event that brings us to another level of building policy of mental health care for veterans and for national care in general. So the normative acts on the level of Cabinet of Ministers are aimed to create a united register of mental health care providers, united database for them all that will correspond the world standards of mental health care. So the second component is the united standard for those providers who just for unified framework of norms. So like for they can tell like this is the sustainable help. So this doesn't correspond to this level. So this bring us to the new level of quality. We will have lots of work that should be done in very short terms to find the providers, service providers. So we need to accumulate the world best practices. So this event takes place very much in time because yesterday's changes, they give us opportunity to change the system, its quality, and that's why we need the world experience, the world best practices and services and the medical and mental health care service. So thank you, Igor. So one of the platforms is about evidence-based best practices. It will be very interesting discussions. Maybe there will be the tools that can be interested for the government structures for the implementation. And today there is a speaker who knows about the armed conflict. So there is Vadym Svyridenko, ex-combatant, and Presidential Commissioner for Rehabilitation of ATO JFO Participants. So what's your vision of mental health care from the perspective of the veteran who has experienced this trauma, and also from the position of the president? So what's your vision?
Thank you. It's actually good that now we have international community engaged. It's been the 7th year that the war is going on, so it's very important to resolve the issues on the global level. We realize that we cannot cope on those issues by ourselves because we're realizing we have lots of veterans nowadays, especially those who got injured on those areas, women, men, and especially children. And it is such international programs that allow us to deeply study the issues that those people face and to give future to such programs because we need them. Now we see such an example of such an important program, and now we can see what has been done over this time. And it is today that we can really share our experiences, present what was wrong, what we need to catch up on, where we need to become better, to provide even better training for the specialists, because it's true, we don't have enough of them. We do have them. We cannot say that over that it's been 7 years doing nothing. Now we do have international partners, and I want to thank them for their care, for caring for our citizens all the time. Veterans has never been outside of what's going on in Ukraine. We can see that since 2014. The veterans themselves has been engaging in saving the veterans that are coming back. We can see their mental states, and it covers mental rehabilitation and physical rehabilitation. And what Ihor Bezkaravainyi said, those are really the moments that are changing the law, that are providing our veterans with the chances and combatants, providing them with a chance to rehabilitate. It's just the changes to the law systems that can provide such a push to the program. So it's very important for us to take part and to get to know international experience. But I can say that we also have the experience of our own. There are lots of veterans helping, lots of volunteers helping the veterans from the very first day, and they're great practitioners themselves. So we already have something to show. We can already show the practices that we have in Ukraine so that we can share it with international organizations, so that it can be studied and implemented in the civil societies of other countries. So we will continue together working on such projects. We will continue them in the future, and we will definitely keep presenting what we can do, what we are doing, and keep engaging everyone who believes in us and who wants to help us. Thank you. Vadym, thanks a lot. Dear audience, our welcoming session is over now. We can go directly to the discussion, to the first platform that's entitled Science-Based Approach to Selecting the Best Practices in Psychosocial Support. I encourage all the audience members to ask questions to our speakers, to be active, to take part in the discussion. Today, we welcome our speakers, our lectors, the participants to the panel, which are Marta, Katya Koltsio, the main researcher in the Vitality Donbas project, Jennifer Rose, the representatives of the Western University Analytics Center, and Marta Pelovarenko, the chief researcher in Ukraine to Vitality Project Donbas, expert in mental health research, expert of the Development Foundation NGO, national trainer and supervisor, as well as Larissa Zasekina, PhD in psychology, vice rector of Volyn State University, named after Lesia Ukrainka, and Ihor Bezkaravainyi, deputy head of the Deputy Minister of Veteran Affairs, who will also take part in our discussion that we're going to have. And I guess we'll start our discussion with the question that's within the foundation of our panel today. And we would like to start our discussion with Katya Koltsio, who is working directly with research and proving science-based approaches. Dear Katya, can you please present the results of the research and your vision of scientifically based approaches, please?
Good morning. I'd like to start with a very short video that demonstrates our work that was taken in 2019.
At first, you think it seems like they're dancing. They look at each other and they mirror the movements of each other. But actually, that's not it. Actually, that's therapy. Such exercises can help exit the stress state, and it helps in the stress state and the war. It helps to overcome it. Panic attacks, to calm down and to concentrate. And when the combatants come back to the civilian lives, such techniques help smoothen rehabilitation. The breath becomes easier, and while you breathe, your trauma is being decreased. American training explains how it works to her colleagues, Ukrainian military psychologists, based on simple breathing exercises. Everyone knows that we can breathe deeply only when we feel safe. When we are stressed, our breathing becomes superficial. Emotional state directly affects bodily manifestations, and it also works the other way around. Through your body, you can affect your mental state. You take a deep breath, and this way, at the same time, we help our emotions de-escalate. Mental trauma affects both body and mind, so any traumatic experience affects your emotions, but it equally affects your physical state. My practice shows that even in the most cases, working with physical manifestation of stress is very efficient. The researcher states that the stress memory about stress stays in our muscles. Thus, working with the body, we can help overcome the trauma. And today, Ukrainian military psychologists also adopt those methods. I do practice them. It has been a very interesting experience. It really helps. Those are wonderful exercises. And personally, I would also like to work within the body-oriented therapy. It has a tremendous effect. Ukrainian American team has already taught 60 military psychologists to work within this methodology. Somatic techniques that are widely used in the US gradually gain recognition in Ukraine, and they help increase the resilience to stress. This somatic approach is much more efficient when we work with this accumulated chronic stress that the combatants are exposed to, because they have a long service terms, and very often they don't have the appropriate rotation terms. Therefore, they often stay longer in the military action zone, longer than it should be.
Thank you. Thank you. In 2015, in partnership with the Development Foundation and Wesleyan University in the United States, we began running programs in somatic methods in order to examine the effect of somatics in post-Maidan Ukraine. In 2017, we did our first work with the National Guard and have since expanded to include other armed forces and veterans. Our current work with Development Foundation is focusing on veterans and those living directly in the Donbas region. Just yesterday, we finished an 8-day program which included participants from the National Guard, the police force, and psychologists working directly with veterans and others impacted by the conflict in Donbas. And in fact, Yulia, who you saw in the video that we just showed, participated in our program this past week. Somatics is the methodology that works with the connection between the mind and the body, the combined psychological and physical aspects of health. Any experience of trauma or prolonged stress impacts one's mental as well as physical states. Somatic methods that combine physical activity with reflection are for this reason among the most effective in the treatment and recovery from trauma. And let me just demonstrate briefly. If you would turn on the slideshow, please. Would the technical team turn on the slideshow? It's okay if I'll just start talking, and if you're able to turn on the slideshow, that would be wonderful. Take a moment to look away from your screen insofar as we're on an online conference. Remove your eyes from the screen and just notice your surroundings. And take a deep breath and exhale. Just notice the movement in your body as you do so. Thank you. Take one more breath. And notice that in order to inhale fully, you must feel a certain sense of safety. Now imagine a stressful situation and inhale again, noticing any changes in your body or your breathing. And now simply notice any relationship between your inhale and your sense of safety and comfort in this moment, whatever that may be. Even in our breathing, we can observe how the experience of safety is simultaneously psychological and physical. And if you could go to the next slide, or actually slide number 6. As humans grow from infant to adulthood, we gain a sense of self, connection, and agency in the world by exploring our connections to others and to our environments. Next slide, please. When the world around us changes, as it did so dramatically during the pandemic, and as it has in Donbas region of Ukraine over the past 6 years, we explore our new environments in order to reorient ourselves and to regain a sense of self, connections, and possibilities within the new circumstances. You can forward to the next slide. This is as much a physical process as a cognitive one. And you can forward to the next slide. In fact, you can forward through the next 3 slides. Throughout the world, we face increasing instances of trauma that are both individual and collective experiences. And you'll recognize these scenes. Next slide. And next slide. Through somatic methods, we're tapping into our natural resources, accessing and intentionally using our unconscious and physical competencies. Next slide. Through the utilization of physical movement, next slide. Breath, next slide. And body work, and group practices focused on human connection. Next slide. Thank you. If you could keep the slides ready for the end of my talk when my colleague Jen Rose will discuss some of the analysis, thank you. And you can pin me again for the time being. Although trauma affects a large number of people around the world, mental health care is often inhibited by barriers including stigma, cost, or education. Somatic methods, which work with the physical manifestations of trauma, address these barriers. Some of the benefits of somatic methods. Its effects are immediately felt and apparent. Its focus is on function rather than dysfunction. The focus on physical movement as a pathway to psychosocial care is a safe, comfortable, and accessible pathway. It can help to bypass stigma associated with other psychological approaches. Somatics works well in conjunction with all other forms of treatment. It is easily customized to fit specific contexts, veterans, families, physically active and those with injuries or disabilities, as well as different cultural contexts. Somatics is easily learned and can be practiced individually once the formal treatment ends. Its side effects are only positive. And somatic practices directly engage both the person's individual health and their ability to connect interpersonally and socially. It impacts individuals as well as the community. As incidences of trauma have risen around the world, mental health experts have turned towards somatics. Leading researchers such as Pelovarenko have established psychological and medical impacts of body-based somatic methods on mental health and in the context of trauma in clinical studies. But this project, Vitality Project, is the first attempt at a long-term, evidence-based research study developed and applied within context, that being Donbas, Ukraine. The data we collect will allow us to test a multi-level model controlling for many variables to determine not only whether it works, but how and for whom. This will be a monumental contribution to the international dialogue, understanding, and treatment of mental health. But most important and immediate are the practical effects of our project. We've trained dozens of providers working in Donbas who have each incorporated somatic methods into their existing practices. They, in turn, work with numerous individuals and groups throughout the Donbas region. Last year, we had the opportunity thanks to the support of the United Nations and Government of Netherlands and the European Union, to assess the impact of our approach and methods. We ran an intensive workshop for providers of psychosocial care in Donbass, meeting 8 hours a day for 10 days on Zoom due to the pandemic. We continued our work with these providers, meeting every week for additional work, reflection, and consultation throughout the year. During this time, 16 of these providers collected data on their clients. In total, we collected data on 460 clients and 976 sessions. This was a pilot study without a control group to see whether there would be any measurable results and whether it is reasonable to continue this work and to undertake a longer-term, more in-depth study. Dr. Jennifer Rose from the Quantitative Analysis Center at Wesleyan University is here to discuss our preliminary findings and what they suggest for the continuation of this work. With that, I introduce Dr. Jennifer Rose.
Thank you, Katya. Can we get the slides up, or should I just start without the slides?
I think the technical team can bring up the last 2 slides. Next slide in the PowerPoint. Next slide.
Great, perfect. Thank you. So as Katya indicated, we ended up collecting data on 460 clients from 16 providers. And despite collecting data during COVID, 85.4% of the sessions were able to be held in person. And of those 460 clients, 50% had 2 or more sessions. In terms of demographics, 71% of the sample were women. The mean age was 41 years with a standard deviation of 14. And clients ranged in age from 18 to 80. 48% were married, 49% were university educated, and 19% were not employed. We have the next slide, please. Are we able to go to the next slide? Thank you. So our preliminary analyses included looking at some of the key outcomes, which included a daily functioning score and an alcohol problem score. And the analysis that we used were mixed linear models with random intercepts for provider and repeated measures within clients. The 2 plots here show the results that we found. The first plot, functioning score, on the horizontal axis, we have the number of days since the start of the therapy. And on the vertical axis, we have the functioning score. Each of the thin lines represent each individual's trajectory over time in their functioning score. And the blue line is a smooth average for change in functioning score over time. And the gray around the blue lines represents confidence intervals. And the results of our analyses showed that there was a statistically significant improvement in daily functioning over time. However, we saw a minimal decrease in alcohol problems over time. What's important to note, though, is that there's considerable variability in individuals' trajectories and change over time. So individuals with lower functioning scores had a considerable increase in functioning compared to those who already had high functioning scores to begin with. And the same is true of alcohol problems. So these results are promising, but without a control group, we can't really isolate whether or not these changes were due to the intervention, the somatics intervention, or something other than that. So the future would be, the plan would ultimately be to conduct this study with a control group so we can isolate the impact of the somatics on these changes in these outcomes. And I think what this study does show is that data collection was certainly feasible. The data collection provided good data, and it's promising for future research in this area. In the future, we can also control for a number of factors that might confound or relate to or interact with the intervention as well. Characteristics like demographics and other characteristics such as time, number of sessions, that sort of thing, we can continue to control for as we move forward. Thank you.
Вімкніть, будь ласка. Пані Дженніфер, дуже дякуємо за представлені результати дослідження.
Jennifer, thank you very much for presenting the outcomes of the research. Our next speaker is Marta Pelovarenko, the chief researcher in Ukraine for the Vitality Donbas project. She's going to tell us today how we can interpret these results for our country, for Ukraine. Marta, please.
Дякую за те, що передали слово.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving the floor. It's very important for me that there is a chance to implement such projects in Ukraine. As it's known, some number of our partners work with the research component of the project, because just providing aid to the people who directly suffered from the military conflict on the Donbas and Luhansk regions and provide and help the veteran community is a priority in Ukraine today. And since we have the extra stress related to COVID, it is important to prioritize expenses. So in Ukraine, there is more help provided, directly providing help using the research that was conducted in other countries without adapting them to Ukrainian context. We know that Johns Hopkins University is carrying out the research, and they're doing a great job continuing this work in Ukraine. Also, we know that currently World Health Organization is being active, creating a roadmap, trying to bring together all the missions in Ukraine, at least to exchange information, and so that providing aid is harmonious, and so that we don't have veterans who gain more aid than they might need, and so that we don't have the veterans who are left completely alone with their problem. And those are psychosocial problems that might arise now due to traumatic stress in the military actions and due to the extra stress related to COVID. And we know that this factor exists, and many veterans require rehabilitation after COVID. This is research was carried out due to UNDP program. We owe to them the chance to implement this research in Ukraine. And starting from the last year, we did research, and we also did supervision, as my colleagues has said. And now all those data are collected. The data that was had to do with the military conflict and with the emphasis. They were also processed by the quantity, and the data was processed by the quantity analysis of the Western University. We know that unfortunately in Ukraine we have issues with processing data. Our institutions that are working with research, they're still in the process of developing being unbiased when it comes to applying instruments, meta-analysis and other tools, so that those tools comply with the world standard. In our decision, you can already see Ihor Bezkaravainyi. He was at the beginning of this project together with us. We are very grateful to the Ministry of Veteran Affairs team for asking and being actively engaged and setting to us a direction so that the efforts that the third sector takes are to the point, and so that the providers trained by the third sector so that their services are comply with the standards. And we're also grateful that they provided us with the database of veterans and with the data that is good to collect with, as it's been mentioned, it could be depression or other mental health issues. So having constant contact with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, we even got the requests that are interested from their viewpoint of research, not only demographic ones, but just to better understand the context. Who is the veteran we're speaking about? What are the health issues we're talking about, and what can be done about it? How we can note it, how we can understand that these people have already stabilized and maybe they no longer need help, how to check that there is no regression. So it's very important that such projects start taking place in Ukraine. Our organization has been working for over 7 years, and we are certain that such tools should be implemented in Ukraine, and we should be doing more research, and we should collect more data so that it's all science-based and evidence-based. I'll tell you later about our organization if there is a chance for it. I can see there is little time left, and Katya Kolsio has already stopped at the point describing how we started working together with the WHO. We are in touch with them, and we try to share their research data. Now, WHO is also applying implementing methods for stabilization in our country, and I want to say that such research methods have been applied for a long time abroad. Unfortunately, it's the first pilot research taking place in Ukraine, and we have added the strategy of work that are mostly implemented in Ukraine in other projects, the supervision components. I guess my colleague will tell you more about it. He is specialized in that, and he'll tell you how it helps specifically, because just receiving training is not enough in the working, because the knowledge required tends to wane. So constant support is needed. So I'm very grateful to Ihor Bezkaravainyi who says that we will definitely have a supervision and continued support for the specialists, how they work, to check how their work is going on, to check if they're starting to forget something, to check that their methods they use are still up to date. And we should keep this standard, this high standard of providing services, so that these services stay efficient. So everything we're doing this year, it fits the overall strategy used by the WHO and by the Ministry of Veteran Affairs. And today we try to expand access to mental health services for veterans, including such groups as it's just yesterday that our training ended, and we had doctors and nurses taking part in that training, so that doctors and nurses are also informed about mental health issues and could help regardless of whether they study psychology or not. They should understand that this is a possible scope of work problems related to mental health, and only multidisciplinary team can be effective. That's how it is in the entire world, and I hope that this is how it's going to work in our country as well. Plus, in order to measure and assess the data, thanks to Johns Hopkins University, we used a tool for assessment that's actually used in the entire world. It has been tested in Ukraine and applied in our product that we created specifically for this project to collect data, to minimize paper used to make as simple the access to assess the client's data as simple as possible. So the provider can sit down, use the tablet, assess the client state and realize, okay, this is how we do it. So that this is a tool that you can use even in the field. This product is called a psychologist package. It's here, it's a program for tablets, and we use it now for collecting data. Despite the fact that we have stopped collecting data and we are at the stage of processing data, and you have already seen the results of the data processed, presented by Jen Rose. She is a world technology expert. She has lots of publications on psychiatry and other things. And since it's already proven that it's efficient and it's worthwhile to use it in Ukraine, then of course we advise to also use this tool. We advise it to mental health professionals who I hope will be contracted by the Ministry for Veteran Affairs. This is how the training takes place. And this is a training that took place, it's just yesterday that it ended. I want to say that the entire world supports this activity, in particular the US. We are in touch with the Congress representatives, in particular with Marcy Kaptur, a congresswoman who tries to follow what's going on with Veterans Affairs in Ukraine, who cares for veterans as an important aspect of Ukraine, of the potential of Ukraine, and cares for their health in general. And since we're in touch with the researchers, we can also do the more systemic things. Last year, due to the support from American government and due to the active request from the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, Alexander Tereshchenko was working there back then. We had a direct contact and we organized a series of meetings, training and exchange of practices about how the system works in the US. These are the people we had last year, and the dialogue has started about implementing this approach of unified protocols for different military institutions, because the soldiers and later veterans, they are not so eager to see separate structures, institutions, and statements that they need to have in order to enter the assessment system and to later get medical services. They would like to see the state as a unified entity that is working in a coordinated way and that's equally assessing their health state. Thank you for their comments from the representative of the Netherlands that justice is important for veterans. Therefore, we also want to move on and to unify the treatment protocols into a single unified system. This is an example of how it has been working since 2018 in the US. I know that the Ukrainian Ministry of Veteran Affairs and the Ministry of Defense are gradually starting to apply this principle, and I think that further presentations will also have to do both with the warm transition from the military to civilian career and with the life of the veteran in general, that of course starts not only when they join the forces, but that starts when they are born, when they go to the service, and of course when their life is over. So you have to look at the concept as a whole, and you have to find out what is the spot where support is necessary. And I'm very happy that our country enters the process of transforming the system of caring for veterans' health. And I believe we have great future prospects in this field. This reform is already underway, and I'm very grateful to the Ministry of Veteran Affairs for sharing how they start to apply it. Thank you, Marta. And of course, it's very interesting for presenting how it works in the US, and of course, your experience of how it works in the Ukraine is also very interesting. It's interesting to speak to Ihor Bezkaravainyi,
It would
representative
be
of the Ministry of
interested to
Veteran Affairs in
talk with the
Ukraine. We would
Deputy
like
of
to talk about the chances, opportunities
Ministry of
for
Veteran Affairs
applying
about the
somatic
results of
tools working with veterans.
implementation
Which
of
one of them
somatic
provide
approach,
results
how
for
realistic it is, what's your vision?
psychologists and other medical professionals working with the Ukraine? Is it possible, and what are the outcomes? How do you see it?
Я включила звук. Briefly, so if we can evaluate the consequences of implementation of psychosomatic intervention, so how we identify the principles, the standards of work of mental health professionals will be, so they will apply all the methods that work and that are evidence-based. If psychosomatic if some psychosomatic methods fit into this framework, we will definitely apply them and check how they work. If it works well, we will recommend those courses to our specialists and to use those methods, but only in case if we can see on big data the efficiency of this method. And briefly saying, why not? So I would like to start the discussion because the presentation was very interested. I even made some notes on questions. So on the frame of this research, they worked with about 400 veterans, and on the first slide, it was said that about 50% had 2 or more sessions. So more than 50% quit after first session. So can you explain why it happened, why they didn't want to continue working within this method? Thank you for the question very much. A good question. It's about the practice in Ukraine. So we know that the requests for psychological help quite frequently don't coincide, don't meet the expectations of the clients. And we ran this research on the splitting line, like frontier line, where live the families of the veterans. So we needed to understand the profile of the those people who live on this frontier. But so we understand that during the COVID pandemic, this stress was even bigger. So it was hard to understand how we will work, how we are supposed to work considering new circumstances of COVID. We had to develop 4 working protocols to be able to accompany those people, to assure non-stop help for them using telephone, using online. So some people come for the first session regarding some illness, some expectations about therapy, and as part of this, those clients, those patients, they don't continue. And the specialists that were involved, they didn't have just psychological or medical education. They also had some background in some instruments and some approaches like cognitive behavioral therapy and setup projects, like evidence-based methods. And Prolisoc mission specialists, they all are CBT specialists, EMDR. They are all in the therapists of first choice in the top 3 in the United States. So all those specialists were prepared before we started to involve them into the project. And those specialists, after getting their basic background, they felt that that was not enough. So they also got some training in a psychosomatic approach, and it really gives good results. So those specialists were selected, were interviewed, and only after that they were involved from 200 of applicants who corresponded the minimal criteria, having like basic education and some additional postgraduate background. Only 20% were good enough to work with us, and our specialists, they are ready not only to provide psychological help, but they're always ready to collect some data and to be responsible for the results of their work. And there's a lot of clients who come on the first or second session, understanding that here they won't get any humanitarian help, they won't get such a fast result. The project is aimed on destigmatization of those problems, to understand why people have distorted sleeping, depression, etc. So those projects are necessary, and the advocacy is a crucial aspect of that. So according to statistics, so as we made the screening of all our clients who took part in our research on different stages, so we understood that the big amount of those people had a very different expectations about the help in general. So we understand that the statistics may change, but maybe not so fast. So the culture of consumption of psychological mental health services is still work in progress for different reasons. And of course, the specialists who worked in somatic approach, they provided not only they didn't work only in the frame of one method. The holistic approach is important, and it's important to provide to the client the help that they expect. So if we have more data, of course we will provide them, because we work together very closely with the Ministry of Veterans. It was not, thank you for the question, it was not the last one. Coming back to the service customers, summarizing what you said, Marta, we can say that there is some non-correspondence between expectations and reality. So it makes me think about enhancing the component of psychoeducation, like on state level, just talking not about therapy by itself. If you feel bad, you can go and get some service. We can explain what means bad feeling, and how those weird movements that were shown in presentation may help you with your problems. So yeah, we need advocacy and advertising programs. So I was being in the United States in the University of Yale. I was surprised when I saw in a local newspaper some blogs that said, if you sleep bad, if you have problems with sleeping, making social contacts, having problems with alcohol, if you are a veteran, just come and get help. One more question. When we saw the charts concerning the state of health, there are some technical issues. I think somebody's microphone is on in Zoom. Please turn it off if possible. So looking on that graphics showing the changing of like functional state and alcohol abuse, and that part that was highlighted, it showed average and it showed the dynamics that was more like drastic. So is it correct? Is it relevant to use the average, talking about some like dynamic of people's state like well-being, because it's very individual? So is it relevant in analyzing of those data? So I will pass the microphone to Jane Rose if she is still with us. I can say about the evaluation instruments that we used. We were looking at 4 variables, and I think we succeeded in that. It was the level of PTSD symptoms. Those were depression. So we considered the context of where people live. Another variable was alcohol. It's also important in Ukraine, as we know that unfortunately veteran community has some issues with that, as with unproductive, counterproductive coping. And the criteria of functionality, of course. Jennifer has chosen the alcohol variable. I wonder why. And there was also like functionality variable and some variables that changed during psychotherapy. So if the level of functionality decreases during psychotherapy, it means that something doesn't work. So for us, as for state policy builders, it's crucial to understand how to change the therapeutic approach, because it's not merely statistics, those are people's life. So I would like to hear the comment. So I will tell about the functionality. So the thing is that talking about functionality, we mean not a physical mobility. So considering that people with limited physical mobility, that disabled people are involved, the pandemic situation might have impact. But here also is important social activity, take part in some like public activities, and hold some active social life. As far as we have those COVID period, we can explain it by that, because functioning is limited, is quite complicated. Some people say that, okay, I can move at home, but I cannot go outside because I have physical limitations because of the lockdown and other reasons. In general, I think that in response to your request, we can track this question, and I'm also interested to see what the results would be. So we will call our participants and to check it. Is the Jane Rose, Jane Rose, are you online? Are you still with us?
Пані Дженніфер, у наших
Ms. Jennifer, our guests got quite a substantial discussions about statistical data. So could Jennifer, there was a very good question from the representative of Ministry of Veteran Affairs, Deputy Minister, who is dealing with profile rehabilitation and renovation. So it was about our data, the results of our research of winter, spring of 21st, considering the block of functionality. those data that reflect the physical mobility, some social activity. So the question was why in certain cases we could observe the decrease of this functionality, as it was shown at your graphic. So the question is why it may happening. So how you can explain, how can you comment the scheme about functionality and this decrease of some scales to avoid misunderstandings?
Yes, it's a question about function and data about function.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but I don't understand the question.
Create such prognosis and results of the investigations based on averages. And I hope that I got it right, but basically the question is about the functionality decrease and the use of averages in calculation of your results.
Actually, I'm not sure if I misspoke, but there was actually an increase in daily functioning. So we saw an increase over time in daily functioning.
Can you maybe show the slide again? Maybe there was some misunderstanding here. Чи можете включити презентацію, будь ласка, на результатах, щоб ми все ж таки побачили? I think that the question of the results that you received is very interesting.
Гадаю, що питання щодо результатів дуже цікаве, оскільки ви поєднуєте психосоматику і психосоціальні інструменти з дуже специфічними функціональними показниками. Отже, багато інтересу викликає цей зв'язок, який дійсно є видатним з того, що ви тут робили.
The plot for the functioning score, you can see an increase. So there was an increase in daily functioning, so an improvement in daily functioning over time. And the type of analysis that I conducted estimates the amount of variability. So it will estimate an individual trajectory of change in functioning score over time. And the average is just simply the average of those scores. And in order to smooth the line to some extent to see better whether or not there was an increase, we applied a smoothing function. So the analysis itself will take into account individual trajectories, and we can estimate the variability in individual change in these outcome variables over time. And we can actually predict it using these mixed linear models, excuse me, to identify whether or not, there's how the variability can be predicted. So when Katja indicated that we could not only look at whether or not there's change over time in these measures, but we can isolate for whom these changes occur and why they occur. So these are the goals of future analyses, is to start looking at adding other predictors to the analysis and also looking at interactions to see whether or not the somatics program works better for some people than others. And what's important to keep in mind, though, that this is a pilot study. So the primary goal of analysis with a pilot study is to determine feasibility. So without a control group, we can't completely isolate the impact of the program. And ideally in the future, we would conduct this study using a control group. Once we've, this pilot study has allowed us to determine that the data collection and the data analysis is feasible. And that's important before moving on to larger studies in which we actually conduct a randomized controlled trial to better isolate the impact of the intervention or the somatics program. Does that answer the question?
It's not quite what I asked about, but I hope that we will find the answer in more profound analysis. So from here, I can see several variables that go down, decrease, and that was my question was about. So, but if we are talking about a bigger sample and control group and more detailed study of those variables, so then it will be more clear. So we will gladly give you more detailed information, but it's impossible to give it in this presentation setting, and because it's about 70 pages, and I will be glad to have a separate meeting.
Your analysis, you have shown results for functionality and for alcohol usage. Do you have results for any other indicators? And what kind of indicators, if yes?
We do have results for, you know, to determine whether there was in depression over time. And we did find a significant improvement in depression over time. And there are certainly other outcomes that we can look at. I think that, you know, these are just preliminary results, but the data set itself is actually very rich. A lot of measures were collected. We have a lot of data. So we're just beginning to conduct these analyses. So I think that being able to test these individual models with different outcomes and have it work successfully is good, because it will allow us to conduct more complex analyses.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you very much. Ігоре, в нас ще декілька.
Дуже дякую, Дженніфер.
Я хотіла би все ж таки поговорити про такі практичні речі, наприклад, от коли мова йде про відбір психологів, так? Ну от, власне, в реальності ми з тобою беремо участь в ще одному проєкті спортивній реабілітації і
So we participate in one more project, sports rehabilitation. So those methods that we see on sports framework. And we can see a positive impact of physical activities on our veterans. So when we work with psychologists on mental health requests, psychosocial adaptation, what do you think? What criteria must be considered in selection of those psychologists for them to be able to do this work, considering also those methods of psychosocial rehabilitation? What's your opinion? So considering that the psychologists will be involved into the state system of implementing policies, state policies. So they will be entered into the certain database, and there will be the document that defines the criteria of like some ethical norms for they could be excluded by if those norms are violated. So this order will be written not only by some ministers or by me, because I don't have a certain degree in psychology. There will be a working group of recognized special mental health specialists who will provide the framework according to which we can consider consider is the applicant suitable. It's like the relevance of the qualification, certain background, certain instruments, and lifelong learning. Those are the basic criteria for the person who can work in therapy. if we can if we talk about some lower level, like consultative work on making some screening that allows to define some problems and refer a person to mental health specialists. So we cannot talk about a certain psychological education. So it will make this framework wider and will allow other specialists who don't correspond such a rigorous framework for that allows working in psychotherapy. So now we look on 2 levels of work. It's therapy and also the like so-called zero level. It's psychoeducation, counseling, and screening. And the framework there will be broader and easier. So we will define those norms together with qualified specialists, and we will create some documents that regulate it. Because from one hand, it's human lives, from other hand, it's the state budget that needs to be spent reasonably. Thank you, Igor. I think that there are new methods that are still don't confirmed, and the standards are not approved on state level, that are still that work, that really help. So we would like to have the mechanism of application of those methods. Maybe they don't have the seal, the signature that they are allowed, but evidence-based. You can see that they really have impact on ex-combatants. So can you say something about this mechanism? So the mechanism that's not approved on like world community level, it cannot be applied because we can say about some like separate cases that can work, maybe not work. There is lots of variables, lots of factors, why it may work, why not. So we use best world practices. And then we see does it work? Does it have impact or not? Is the quality of the method good enough? We are not talking about the standards. We are talking about the general frame where we are using the guidelines of the world best practices. If our world colleagues say that it's an interesting method, but it's not approved in the world, not have evidence-based approval, so it's very important. Marta, my comment is that we know that there are some fresh research, recent research of last 30 years that are not included into MKB 10. So those research, those studies exist, and I understand Igor's concern. And we can consider the best practices of last 30 years that rather are referred to DSM 5th. So will we use the recent experience, or will it be like classical, like old base? So we need to differentiate between psychiatry and psychology. The Ministry of Veterans won't be responsible for clinical part, compulsive treatment with pills. It's the Ministry of Health responsibility. Our part is psychology, where there is no just certain pill, and there is no so like rigorous regulation. And mental health care policy is a work in progress in Ukraine, and we have broader fields than in psychiatry. So that's why we can afford like broader maneuvers. We don't enter the field of psychiatry. And our plans about psychiatry is redirecting to psychiatry when we realize that other specialists are required and different methods are needed. So we don't intrude into psychiatry realm. So Igor, so we need to follow the time. Thank you, Marta, very much. Thank you for your interesting research. So we switch to the next panel. The panel for the newest evidence-based approaches to providing psychological care. So please welcome our participants, Kathleen Chard, PhD, Director of PTSD and Anxiety Disorders, the Medical Center of and Clinical Psychiatry and Behavioral Neuroscience. And Stephen Marantz, PhD, psychiatry professor and child psychoanalysis, Yale, Olga Nishko, the owner, storytelling expert, filmmaker, Victor Burlaka, PhD of social work and clinical psychology, associate professor of Wayne University, director of Clairpoint Family Therapy, Luba Stepovich, co-founder and vice president of Ukrainian American NGO Razom, founder and leader of veterans working in reintegration of veterans in IT area. Matt Forsey, professor of public service research, director of Veterans and Families Institute of Military Social Research. So welcome, dear Kathleen Chard. So what's your vision of EU and evidence-based approaches in the area of mental health help?
Pani Kathleen.
Good morning.
Morning.
Are you ready for me to start?
Yes, yes, please, let's start. So the question was about your vision and your vision for the novel and scientifically based approaches to psychological support. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So forgive me that I'm having to be outside. We had storms come through and we lost our internet. So I will send my slides afterwards. But I'm the co-author of Cognitive Processing Therapy, which is an evidence-based treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder and related conditions. Post-traumatic stress disorder obviously is something that many people experience, from combat to child abuse to natural disasters to work accidents. And we have been using cognitive processing therapy in randomized controlled trials for over 30 years. And it has been shown to be efficacious with all kinds of traumas across different cultures, from ages of about 10 till death, till old age. And how often would you like me to pause for translation?
Excuse me?
How often would you like me to pause to do translation, or would you like me to just keep going?
Oh, we have simultaneous translation.
Thank you. So CPT has been put through about 25 randomized controlled trials with civilian populations and another 23 randomized controlled trials with military populations, active duty and veterans. What we found is the effect sizes for cognitive processing therapy on PTSD range from about a 0.9 to a 1.62. When we put 3 people through cognitive processing therapy, it takes anywhere from 7 to 15 sessions. Sessions are 60 minutes long, typically. They can also, though, do group if you'd prefer to run CPT in group. Group is 90 minutes long. And again, groups can contain anywhere from 8 to 12 patients. And we have found that many people do not need the full 12 sessions. So around 60% of people only need 10 sessions at most. And in fact, some people need 8 sessions or less. We've been looking at a novel adaptation of CPT to only 7 sessions for people with single incident traumas. Most of the people in our studies come in with comorbid depression, anywhere from 40 to 70%. And we have found that our effect sizes for comorbid depression are just as high as they are for PTSD. We've also shown efficacy when looking at substance use. We found that substance use goes down with the treatment of PTSD through CPT. So does shame, guilt, somatic concerns, moral injury concerns, interpersonal relationships with family, anger, fear. Personality issues are not a problem with CPT. So people with comorbid personalities, such as borderline personality, antisocial, dependent, that is not an issue with cognitive processing therapy. And in fact, we like to look at the complexity of patients in our studies, and we have found that CPT does equally well with what we would call complex trauma. Some of the things to know about CPT is that it is definitely a cognitive behavioral treatment protocol. So it very much follows Beckian principles, and the participants can do the work online. They can do the work on paper. We can do the work using telemedicine. We actually published an article showing that CPT works equally well using teletherapy prior to COVID. So we were doing teletherapy years and years ago. And so it works just as well using a Zoom platform in person, or excuse me, for individual or for group modalities. It works equally well online. One of the other things that people have begun looking at is it helpful to add things to CPT, such as meditation, such as prolonged exposure type interventions, and it actually weakens the protocol. So the number one variable that predicts who does well in CPT is actually fidelity to the protocol. So one of the key parts of our trainings is helping therapists understand, even when the patient does something different or maybe goes through something very complex during trauma, how can we still use the protocol to help them get better? The other thing that we know is homework is critical, and so the patients must be able to do homework. However, we know that many patients struggle with literacy or struggle with reading, so we created a simplified worksheet for patients that maybe have difficulty. We also created a simplified worksheet that we tested with traumatic brain injury patients, organic brain damage, lower intellectual functioning. So we do have worksheets that account for people who maybe do not want to do the same sophisticated level of homework. We actually also used those in the Republic of Congo, where we found that the people were largely illiterate that were in our study when we were doing the therapy in the villages of the Congo. And so we found that the simplified worksheets worked equally well. We did the same thing in Kurdistan, Iraq, where many of our participants had problems with literacy. And so we used the simplified worksheets there that we actually replaced with emoticons, the emojis, in order for them to understand what to put in each of the boxes. So I think the big summary is that, you know, these are basic cognitive behavioral principles, and part of our training would absolutely involve having folks learn some basic cognitive behavioral principles if they didn't know them already. When we do our trainings, we do videos, we do exercises. We've been training online now for over 2 years just to make sure that therapists can get the same education doing a Zoom-based training like this, instead of doing an online or an in-person training, which we've been doing in the past. So I'll pause there and see if you have any questions. I think I saw one come up in the chat.
Thank you very much. Well, at this point, of course, we are very interested to see whether any of these techniques can be applied for our context. I mean, given that there is an ongoing military conflict in Eastern Ukraine, and a lot of people of various backgrounds suffer from mental health issues. So of course, the question basically is whether the outcomes of your work, do you see any practical advice here for us as practitioners, as scientists, and of course as government officials who are also present here?
Absolutely, thank you for asking. I have run the rollout of the cognitive processing therapy for the Veterans Administration and overseen it for our Department of Defense for 11 years. And I can tell you the most critical thing we have found was training therapists who could do evidence-based treatments. That talk therapy does not work as well. It doesn't hold as long. It doesn't have the same amount of gain. So getting our suffering patients into evidence-based treatments for PTSD as soon as possible is really critical. I trained the Ministry of Defense for Great Britain 3 years ago, and I've trained them again once. And we found the same thing, is that many of the therapies they were working had not been used with people who'd been through combat. And many of the therapists had not been trained on how to work with combat survivors. And so making sure that you're using a therapy that has been found to be effective for individuals who've been through war, either as a soldier or as a civilian, I think is very, very important. And the nice thing I like about CPT is even if they've got a childhood trauma, so maybe they were a witness to war as a child, but then they became a soldier, CPT can handle people who've been through multiple traumas from multiple different sources, even within that same 7 to 15 session window.
Thank you very much. Хочу закликати нашу аудиторію також задавати запитання, бути активними.
I'd like to encourage our audience to ask questions. You can write them in Zoom or ask directly or in Facebook. Thank you very much for a very interesting report, Ms. Kathleen Chard. I think the recommendations given by Kathleen are very interesting, would be very helpful for our context, considering our context. I have a question to Kathleen. So thank you very much for presenting CPT for Ukraine. So I know that since recent time in Ukraine, there were no specialists in Ukraine, and that CPT is the first choice therapy. In the United States, in working with war trauma, are there perspectives to make some studies and to implement this instrument in Ukraine? To measure how will it work in Ukraine, to make some assumptions considering some cultural context, because we are very much interested in implementation of this instrument in Ukraine. That would be crucial for us, for our veterans. So we actively we collaborate with the VA of United States, with the Ministry of Defense of US. So the Ministry of the VA and Ministry of Defense in Ukraine. So we are NGO, and the NGOs in Ukraine are very active. And we feel the importance, and we are ready to implement this instrument in our reality. And we know that the international organizations like UN can support it. Thank you.
The question is regarding your opinion, whether it will be possible
To conduct similar research in Ukraine. And it's definitely very important to us. And of course, given all the differences in terms of cultural background and mental various social and cultural differences, what is your opinion on conducting the research, similar research in Ukraine?
You know, I think that's a very valid question. And I can tell you that from our experiences so far, CPT is so individualized that it can handle the changes across culture. So we have translated the manual into Polish, Spanish, French, German, Japanese, Chinese, Congolese. So some very different cultures from what I would call our Europeanized American culture. So the Asian change was very different. The Polish change was very different. The Congolese change. And of course, Kurdistan was very different. But what we found is that when we allowed for, obviously, the cultural translation, so making sure we at least had the accurate translation of the principles. Most of the time our language translates over in terms of theoretical constructs, and we would work with your experts to make sure that we captured any metaphors in a way that fit obviously your population. But what we found is, in principle, the worksheets themselves work very well because it's really focused not so much on a larger cultural framework or a values-based framework for the country, but more for the individual and what they would need. And even in countries that don't praise individualism, like our Asian cultures, this still works because even within the sheets, the individual sheets can be focused on a group mentality or the betterment of the group. So when I say individual worksheets, that doesn't mean focusing necessarily on the idea that the individual is best. So we do allow for cultural differences in that way.
And in terms of the work with the groups, is there a protocol for CPT with the groups? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
We need
so the group so the group protocol, I've been running the group protocol. The group is my baby. I love group. I think group is one of the most wonderful things. We typically have 8 to 12 people in group. Groups run about 90 minutes, and we do the 12 session protocol, so the standard protocol for group. But if you have a residential program where people are staying with you, you can combine group and individual together in a residential program.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. We need to move forward with the program, but we do thank you for very interesting research and very thoughtful answers. So thank you very much. Шановні друзі, ми мусимо рухатися далі з нашою програмою.
Dear friends, we need to move further and we need to maintain our timing. Let's switch to the next speaker. Stephen Marantz, child psychoanalysis and psychiatry professor, Yale's co-director of Yale Center. So he works with children and with family traumas, so slightly different topic. So Mr. Stephen will tell us about his work. You're welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon. It's so good to be with you today and to see some familiar faces. I wonder if we could bring up the slides, please. Thank you so much. If we could move to the next, I've been asked today to talk briefly about the child and family traumatic stress intervention. Next slide, please. And this is an intervention that was developed as part of our broader Yale Center for Traumatic Stress and Recovery that includes work with law enforcement partners and increasing recognition and identification of children and families potentially traumatized by the events to which police respond, the development of the child and family traumatic stress intervention, collaboration with our hospital's pediatric emergency room and sexual abuse clinic. Next, please. And the development of a nationally disseminated trauma-informed policing toolkit and training, as well as more recent in the last 18 months, development and dissemination of COVID-related self-care guidelines for adults and children. And next slide, please. So we work with a range of children and families within moments to over a longer period of time who have been exposed to murders, murder-suicides, sexual abuse and assault, accidental injuries, as well as mass casualty events. Next slide, please. We recognize that in our work, we've learned a great deal and recognize that there are phases of trauma response and trauma reactions, from the immediate acute phase of trauma response within the first 48 hours to the peri-traumatic phase of trauma response, which occurs up to about 45 days, post-event to longer-term phase of trauma response. Next slide, please. And the aim of our work is to change the math, that we know that when traumatic experience goes unrecognized and untreated, there's a failure of recovery, there's also long-term deleterious consequences for children in terms of their development and longer-term outcomes as adults. Next, please. Next. Next. So, ergo, identification, early intervention, support for recovery leads to much better outcomes. Next slide, please. So, can we go back? There we go. So the Child and Family Traumatic Stress Intervention is a 5 to 8 session evidence-based early intervention that is implemented after recent exposure to a potentially traumatic event or after the recent disclosure of earlier sexual or physical abuse. The model has been developed for children from 3 to 18 years of age, and it's based on a family strengthening approach, which really increases the communication between child and parents about their increased recognition of symptoms themselves and increases family support for children impacted by traumatic events. Next slide, please. It's so important to remember that, you know, when children are alone and don't have any words for their traumatic reactions, their symptomatic behavior is their only means of expression. Children need recognition and understanding from the most important sources of support in their lives, their caregivers. But often caregivers are unable to understand the connection between the potentially traumatic event and their children's symptoms and new problematic behaviors. Next, please. So CFTSI replaces chaotic, it's a highly structured approach, replaces chaotic post-traumatic experience with structure, words, and an opportunity to be better heard and understood by their caregivers. We use clinical tools to increase symptom recognition and discussion about them. I won't go through the list, but these are used as clinical instruments and organized discussions between parent and caregiver and child, as well as in individual sessions that precede the joint sessions of the model. And CFTSA also provides skills and strategies for reducing symptoms and increases the child's experience of control through increased symptom reduction. Next slide, please. So in randomized control trial and now a very large open trial, what we see is that children who've received CFTSI are 65% less likely to meet full criteria of PTSD and also 73% less likely to meet partial criteria for PTSD in the earlier version of the DSM. We also see a significant decrease in caregivers' trauma symptoms as a result of their participation in CFTSI. And we believe that this is very much based on the findings that we see, which is an increase in child caregiver communication. The better that children and parents are able to recognize symptomatology opens the door to then applying strategies for symptom reduction. And that this intervention leads to a discrepancy in child and caregiver recognition and reports of child trauma symptoms. And the aim actually leads to children not only having a reduction in symptoms, greater control, but also no longer being alone with their symptomatic responses to traumatic events. Next slide, please. The Child and Family Traumatic Stress Intervention is the only evidence-based early intervention for children and families impacted by potentially traumatic events. And to date, this was developed over the last 10 years. We've trained close to 1,000 providers nationally and internationally. We're currently disseminating CFTSI throughout the United States, as well as in United Kingdom, Europe, and Eastern Europe, now through a EU-sponsored Project Promise, in which we're training providers in a variety of countries in the model. We're also currently conducting an outcome research study involving over 5,000 children treated with the model. And during the pandemic, we developed a virtual adaptation of CFTSI treatment as well as training. The training involves 2 days of didactic training and is followed by 12 to 14 consultation calls with master trainers in the model. So in order to stick with the time, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. If I may ask the question, this is a very interesting analysis and very interesting results. And of course, we are trying to put these results in the context of our reality in Ukraine. So the question is, what is your opinion? Can this instrument that you just described be used for other people who receive different kind of trauma? So maybe adults with other types of trauma. And of course, I'm talking about the people of ex-combatants and people who lived in the conflict-affected areas. What do you think? Can this instrument be reprogrammed, so to say, to other targets, audiences? What is your opinion about that?
Well, thank you so much for the question. The one thing I wanted to underline is that CFTSI is not only an early intervention that can decrease the development of PTSD and related disorders in children, but it also serves as a wonderful opportunity for assessment in order to determine those children who will require longer-term treatment, such as TFCBT, child-parent psychotherapy, et cetera. In response to your question, this model was developed specifically for children up to the age of 18. We've used it with young adults. But as Kathleen was suggesting, when we're making referrals for caregivers who need treatment in their own right, we also refer them to CPT. So I think the good news is that CPT offers a model for adults that we certainly introduce to adults who are in need of their own individual care. So the idea of adaptation is not so necessary. Having said that, during COVID, we actually did modify CFTSI to provide a brief intervention support for hospital-based workers who were overwhelmed by COVID patient care. But again, this was used as an early intervention with the aim of also determining whether there was need for more extensive trauma-focused treatment.
Thank you very much. This is definitely very well thought out instrument that you just presented, and the results are, of course, outstanding. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we will move forward with our program. We thank you for your time and thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Шановні друзі, будемо рухатися далі з нашою програмою. Далі у нас
Dear friends, we'll move on with our program. Next, we have a speaker who has an extremely creative experience, Oля Onyszko, the founder of Oля Film, expert in storytelling, director and filmmaker of documentaries. She has her own opinion, her vision about how storytelling specifically can be applied for rehabilitation. Please, Ms. Olga, tell us more about your work and your vision. Please turn on your mic. Dear audience, thank you very much for this chance to present here our new program that actually has just started, the Veteran's Voice. And In this program, we will do something that is very close to my heart, which is combining 2 degrees that I have, one in psychology and one in filmmaking, and also combining 2 cultures. The Ukrainian culture, where the first half of my professional life took place, and the American one now. And actually our program of storytelling, story healing, is, I guess, also a result of that work that I did as a director on the one hand, when I was making films and talking a lot to people who took part in the Second World War and later on with Maidan participants. And it was clear that when a person is telling their story, they are somehow releasing themselves from that story. And this is actually how the method was born. I started applying it here in the US, first of all, with women who were victims of domestic violence and who were on their way back to their professional life and who were carrying a lot of that burden, who had a story. And that luggage, we were transforming that luggage into that burden, into the story told. And that this way, the person could free themselves from their story and could also have a chance to share their story. Our training is a 5-day training. And person who is going through this training, which is also a transformation, or as Joseph Campbell said, it's a hero's journey. And actually, this hero's journey is, in the end, all of us grew up surrounded by stories, and each culture is united with any other culture in the world through this hero's journey. At the same time, it's some kind of inner hero's journey. So there is an outward hero's journey and there is an inward one, an inner one. And it is somatic practices and meditation practices and even shamanic practices. They allow to undergo this inner transformation through your own hero's journey. So it's a 5-day journey where we also learn, where we also teach some technical ways of how to tell your story. So we use the best Hollywood traditions to teach how to make a screenplay, how to turn it into a movie, using, we're fortunate, many of us are, to have access at least to one smartphone in our family. And the third thing is to share this story. So in the end, we will have a small YouTube channel that any participant who took part in our training could upload their story. As it is a pilot project, and as we're working with the Development Foundation, where we will do that with a trained psychologists who are equipped with psychological knowledge, it would help not to traumatize the person again, but to actually transform their trauma into their storytelling. I would like to finish soon to have another minute for discussion. Someone from the panelists said,
і, власне, acknowledging, тобто пояснення або надання
actually explaining or providing this scene where you are on the one hand a member of audience, and on the other hand, you are a director of your own story. This is, I guess, is the experience which would allow to each participant not to wait for the camera to go in to record them, but to be that camera for themselves. Thank you. I'm open for conversation in both languages. Thank you, dear Olga. You know what you shared. I fully resonate with that in my story of interacting with the veterans, with a veteran. In 2016, we had a veteran coming to us, an ex-combatant who asked us to help her implement her creative project. The project was 13 stories that she wrote herself while she were in the conflict zone, while she was in the conflict zone. And later on, when she came back, she asked 13 artists to draw pictures for these stories. And quite many professional artists agreed to make pictures. And her request to us was to make a promotional campaign, to create some videos where some famous opinion leaders would speak about that, to make a digital campaign, to hand those pictures as billboards on the streets, in this way to make an informational campaign about those stories. And at that point, we didn't see efficiency from the viewpoint of informational campaign, because how a veteran could relate themselves to those stories, because they did not write those stories. And back then, Andrei Kosinchuk, a famous veteran and psychologist, he told me, Oksana, it's not the project of psychological rehabilitation for veterans who would see those stories. It's a project of psychological rehabilitation of that girl who made that. And back then, it was a closure for the story for us. We invested our resources, we recorded 13 stories, we made billboards and placed them in Kyiv, and we kicked off the digital campaign. And that was the point where the circle closed for us, because that was the point where we realized that we were actually working with one person who needed that project, who needed to tell her story. It was not her personal story, but it was definitely her story, the story seen through her eyes, the events she witnessed. And therefore, the healing effect of that process is extremely powerful from the viewpoint of social adaptation, from the viewpoint of mental health. We could see that in our communication with her. Also, we could see that in the communication with the participants of other projects. So, of course, it's an extremely interesting tool, an extremely interesting approach, that of storytelling. What do you think? Could such methodologies, the storytelling methodologies, could they be part of more complex rehabilitation programs? So, if we speak about psychological, psychosocial rehabilitation programs tailored for that purpose, what do you think? Can storytelling be part of those projects as a component to them? Psychological rehabilitation existed as long as humanity exists. It's just that perhaps we just didn't pay that much attention to it consciously, and it was not scientifically proven. But again, from that shamanic practice, which we call now, in many cases, it is a mindfulness practice, till the times where people were sitting by the fire sharing their stories, to the point where people were sharing their stories to folk kobzars, who would collect those stories and re-experience those stories together with the people who shared their stories. So it was there. Each culture had its, perhaps it had a different form, and there was its own particular form of sharing stories, but this healing effect of sharing stories, it was there all the time. It was just part that seemed to be its inseparable part of our life. But during the last 25, 30 years, the world has so much changed, and the speed of life has changed so much, and we also got our phones, and suddenly we're all together, but suddenly we're all apart. We're all speaking, but we don't even know. Like right now with our conference, basically I'm speaking to a camera, and you know, there is no this effect of having a unified group is not there. We think this is what I got confirmed in while conducting such groups, teaching groups, sharing stories. When you listen to the group, but at the same time, you have a chance to tell your own personal story. You, at the same time, you are forming a narrative for the entire group. This narrative it helps for your own story not to be so separate when you're only speaking to a camera. It allows for your own story to be a part of the entire group narrative. So, on the one hand, it's an individual journey, individual hero's journey, individual journey through the obstacles. And on the other hand, you realize it's a part of a narrative of a much larger group. So if you take this storytelling moment and if you put it on the psychological plane, this is actually why it is so important to work with practicing psychologists. This is why we're doing it, thanks to the support, UNDP support. And since we have a chance of working with storytelling from my side and to have a psychological support from Development Foundation on the other side, I believe this will help us to have those layers of storytelling and psychological rehabilitation. Great news. Thank you very much for your reply. Yes, Olga, thank you for your work. We will continue our discussion. We have already said several times today about cognitive process therapy. And our next speaker, Victor Burlaka, PhD in social work and clinical psychology, professor at Wayne University, director of Clarepoint Family Therapy, is actually an expert in that field. Mr. Victor. Good afternoon. Happy to see everyone. Happy to see you. Good afternoon. Please tell us about your work in cognitive processing therapy. Please share your conclusions with us and share with us your vision. Guess I'll speak in English.
I'm Victor Burlaka. I'm associate professor of social work at Wayne State University, and I own a clinical practice in Detroit. I specialized in crisis mental health services, suicidal and homicidal behaviors that often stem from the experience of adversity and trauma. I also implemented capacity building programs in medical and social sectors in Ukraine, Moldova, Russia, and Kyrgyzstan since mid-90s. In September, we completed the training of a pilot group of 22 Ukrainian mental health professionals, mainly psychologists, using the military version of the cognitive processing therapy. The average age of the trainees was 44 years. Most participants were women from Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Zhytomyr, and Lviv Oblast. They worked at government and private-owned clinical practices and non-governmental organizations. Prior to CPT, our participants have mastered the cognitive behavioral and art therapy, psychodynamic and family systems approaches, neurolinguistic programming, gestalt therapy, psychodynamic, humanistic, dialectical behavioral therapy. They brought all this knowledge to our cognitive processing therapy training, to this CPT course. Well, why did we choose CPT? The cognitive processing therapy, CPT, is a type of cognitive behavioral therapy that has been effective in reducing symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, that have developed after experiencing a variety of traumatic events, including child abuse, combat, rape, and natural disasters. The CPT is generally delivered over 12 sessions and helps clients learn how to challenge and modify unhelpful beliefs related to the trauma. In so doing, the clients create a new understanding and interpretation of the traumatic event. When it happens, it reduces the negative effects of past trauma on clients' current life. A therapist helps a person with PTSD recall their trauma. Then, using the Socratic dialogue, the therapist helps the client identify unhelpful thoughts about that trauma, self-blaming, and so forth, that lead to negative emotions. The goal is to reevaluate and modify these beliefs about the traumatic event. The CPT is especially effective in changing the negative beliefs about safety, trust, power, control, esteem, and intimacy that often get affected by the trauma. There's a very strong evidence that CPT helps clients develop a more balanced thinking about the traumatic event that leads to healing from the PTSD. I wanted to share my impressions about the first CPT training in Ukraine. Who participated in the training? Most of the workshop participants have worked with ex-combatants and their families since 2014. Some of them have seen thousands of clients, veterans, mothers of killed soldiers, and their families. Many trainees have also been seeing clients who experienced rape and domestic violence. They work with clients of different ages. CPT is a manualized therapy, and the manual has 12 modules. We delivered the content of 12 modules in 7 days, 3 hours before lunch and 3 after lunch. The first day mainly focused on theory. On subsequent days, we spent half a day, 3 hours, studying each module. Working with modules, we would talk about relevant theory and practice aspects first, and then we would engage in hands-on practice activities. Homework was assigned too. Participants were able to work with a couple of cases, from conceptualization to reduction and alleviation of PTSD symptoms. Participants had an opportunity to participate and practice, being therapists and clients, which allowed them to personally experience the mechanisms of change from both sides. We also supplemented the training with some group building activities, grounding, and meditation techniques. The training also covered co-occurring conditions and how CPT might fit in the continuum of care of clients with PTSD. By the end of the training, we received an overwhelmingly positive feedback from most participants. Participants shared in private conversations and in messages that CPT was essentially the missing link in their practice with trauma victims because CPT addresses the root cause of PTSD, the unhelpful way of thinking about trauma. Together with the Development Foundation, we conducted a short follow-up survey among participants 1 month after completion of the training. Over 50% of our course participants have already started using CPT with their existing and new clients. They work using traditional face-to-face format as well as online approach with dozens of clients. Psychologists and social workers who were trained in this method have shared their thoughts on the multiple benefits of this intervention. For example, some clinicians have noted that CPT is nicely structured. It allows to work with deep cognitions and beliefs. Others stated that this therapy has allowed them to raise the effectiveness of their services because CPT is straightforward and accessible, logical, clear, and thoroughly developed. We wanted to know from this first group, what would they want to see in terms of the next steps? In the follow-up evaluation, the clinicians told us that it would be critical to train other clinicians in this effective method across Ukraine. They emphasized that CPT would fill the real gap in therapy, in cognitive therapy, specifically for trauma in different regions of Ukraine and with different types of trauma. Clinicians also stressed the need to continue disseminating this powerful tool and implement supervision, training of trainers, and learn how to use CPT in a group format. Getting the clinicians' positive feedback was very important for us organizers of this first training because it shows that we brought another useful tool that can help Ukrainian people and society heal from the trauma. And of course, if CPT gets implemented in Ukraine broadly, it would be very important to conduct the evaluation research and outcome research for this intervention. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Шановні глядачі, можливо, у вас є запитання?
Dear audience, maybe you have any questions, especially our experts about CPT, cognitive processing therapy.
Зараз ми подивимося, чи є запитання у
We'll
Фейсбуці.
see if there are any questions in Facebook or in Zoom. Marta, maybe you have any questions?
Так, можливо, є запитання в залі.
Maybe there are any questions in the audience. Maybe the representatives of medical institutions would like to ask something.
Тут є запити щодо
There's
навчання.
a question about teaching medical institutions where veterans are undergoing rehabilitation, if it's possible to implement this project based on Lysova Poglana Hospital, for instance, and other institutions as well. So there is a request about that. There is a representative of Ministry of Health who will have a floor later on, and she will mention the request for CPT program and other thoughts about building rehabilitation system. Very nice comment. Thank you, Ms. Ksenia. Victor, there was a comment from Ksenia Voznitsina, the chief doctor at Lysova Polyana Veterans Hospital, about teaching this approach in Ukraine. I think it's a very interesting question. Do you have a comments about potential training in the future, teaching this methodology in Ukraine? I believe that we haven't really touched upon this part in our first experience of teaching. It was important for us to just have a look if it would fit Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian reality, Ukrainian experience of working with veterans. And in this work, we saw that it fits people. What we heard from people is that it was very useful, very beneficial. And what we heard from people who has been working with veterans for many years, we heard that it's a beneficial thing. I think there is a necessity to have a look and to study if it's possible to implement this approach in Ukraine on a wider scale, if it's possible to look for donor support, if it's possible to cooperate with the founders of this therapy to do it on a more systemic level and to give a chance other layers of specialists. Maybe there are psychiatrists who work with trauma, to give them a chance to also learn this approach and to implement it into their work. Thank you, Mr. Victor. Thank you for your answer. And we will move on with our program of the panel. Our next speaker, Luba Shapovich, co-founder and vice president of Ukrainian American NGO Razom, founder and leader of a Veteranios project, who is helping reintegrate veterans to reintegrate. Ms. Luba, please tell us about your project, about how you support veterans in terms of psychosocial adaptation. What are the outcomes and what is your vision? Good evening to those who are in Ukraine.
At US Ukrainian NGO Razom and also project lead at Veteranios. Veteranios is a project that aims to help veterans to get new skills, new profession. We teach them IT together with career consultants, psychological support, English speaking classes, and more. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this event, Kyiv Development Foundation and Marta Pelovarenko personally for inviting me. To be honest, I was very surprised when I got invitation because I'm not a psychologist, no trauma specialist. But then I realized that mental health of veterans is not issues that could be solved only by psychologists or mental health specialists. Most of veterans in my close circle say they don't need psychological support. You know, this phrases like, I'm not a psycho, I don't need any psychological support. But when ask them more, most of them have issues with employment and personal life, communication issue with the society overall. So mental health of veterans is a complex issue that could be solved by joint efforts of multiple players, career consultants, psychologists, different players. And this is what we do at Veteranios. We do joint programs with IT companies, psychological groups, IT mentors, career consultants, and also we highly involve veterans who are alumni of our program, so they can share knowledge, experience with their brother and sister in arms and show by their own examples how veterans could reintegrate into society, get better jobs, get more successful in the society, in at their jobs, and so on. And next week, together with Development Foundation and with financial support from IREX in Ukraine, we are launching our new cohort of participants at Veteranios. We're starting selection process for our program Web Veteranios. We will be teaching veterans web development and also supporting them in career consulting groups, psychological support groups, English classes, and also close work with IT companies in Ukraine, so they can, after our projects, they could continue internship or get jobs at IT companies. Like we believe that providing support to veterans could change situation from considering veterans as those who need help to those who can help build a successful economy in Ukraine, who can transfer their military experience into civilian life experience, bring value to companies, to the government, and like to Ukraine overall. Brave soldiers could become strong employees, honest, hardworking, very responsible. Also, veterans could become great business entrepreneurs, and they could help build successful Ukraine after the war. They protected us on the front line, but they also could use the experience and knowledge to build successful Ukraine when returning to peaceful life. So I want to thank everyone here in this discussion for your support of veterans and therefore helping to build a stronger Ukraine. If you have any questions regarding the project or teaching veterans IT, you're welcome.
Пані Люба, проект Ветеранів дуже відомий в Україні.
Ms. Luba, the Veteranus project is very famous in Ukraine. I believe that many veterans have already taken benefit of the opportunity that this project provides in terms of reintegration and finding a new job. And of course, your work is extremely important. Unfortunately, we have to move on with our agenda. Thanks a lot for a very interesting presentation. And we continue with our next panel discussion called Standards for Therapeutic Work with Trauma, the International Experience and the Experience of the Development Foundation, NGO.
Головний спеціаліст з питань ветеранів Департаменту справах ветеранів США. Пане Джон, ви з нами? Пане Джон, доброго дня. Будь ласка, розкажіть.
Dear John, are you with us?
Цивільної. Будь ласка.
We hear.
Can you hear us?
I can.
Can you hear? Yeah, so we're very happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Maybe you could tell us about the, the journey of veteran and the transition from the military career to a civilian one, and of course, in terms of the work with psychotherapeutical work with the trauma, how how can it affect this journey of the veteran? So, and if you could just give your perspective on the issue of this particular question of transition between the careers from that perspective.
Absolutely, and good to see everyone. Дякую. Thank you for having me today. It's good to be among many friends in Ukraine and in other parts of the United States. And I see my friend Matt Fossey from the UK is also on the agenda. And just want to say thank you to Marta for reaching out. And I'm sorry it took so long to get approved. It's always busy right before Veterans Day, which we celebrate every year as Armistice Day is celebrated in Europe. We call it Veterans Day here. So it's really amazing to be back speaking with you all. I haven't been to Ukraine since before the pandemic, unfortunately, and I'd love to come back home to see all of you very soon. Hopefully that will happen. But when we were there in 2019 with Secretary Bob McDonnell, he was the former VA secretary during the Obama administration, of course, and we had a wonderful tour speaking with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, with the Ministry of Defense, and with all of the many fantastic NGOs that all of you represent and academic institutions that you all represent. And I think we need to continue to have this dialogue so that we can share best practices and lessons learned so we can improve the care and delivery of benefits for our veterans and their families. So I'm now in a new role here at the Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm what they call the Chief Experience Officer, which is kind of a private sector application of customer experience principles to how veterans access care and benefits from the Department of Veterans Affairs, which is a very large organization that has about 400,000 employees. And if you were to think about us budget size, it's about a Fortune 11 company. So it's quite a broad healthcare system mixed in with a very, very robust offering of benefits. And what we do is really from using human-centered design, so a combination of qualitative and quantitative research. We on the qualitative side, we use human-centered design principles to really understand the journey of veterans across from when they join the military to when they pass away and are laid to rest in one of our cemeteries. We really identify the pain points, the bright spots, and the moments that matter along that journey. And so we break it down into life stages. And I can put a link to our journey map that we've developed in the chat or share it with Marta and team as a follow-up. But that helps us better understand how we can develop tools and solutions on how to deliver better care and deliver benefits more seamlessly by understanding those pain points along the way and then designing around them. On the quantitative side, we have about 100 different surveys that are presented to veterans in a Likert scale, like Halloween, Likert scale that is almost functioning as a net promoter score. So very much private sector type of implementation where we are able to measure the interaction that a veteran has with an outpatient healthcare appointment or the delivery of education benefits or their experience going and doing a telehealth appointment. So using Zoom, for example, to get their care and talking to their physical therapist or a mental health counselor and using that feedback to improve care. As it relates to the delivery of mental health services and the delivery of mental health programs, there is a myriad of items that we especially impact and that the VA writ large has an investment in. So we have an Office of Mental Health and Suicide Prevention that is dedicated to not only serving veterans in crisis. We have a very robust, what we call veteran crisis line. It's a phone number that veterans can call and get immediate care to prevent suicide, but a myriad of other programs that are meant to prevent suicide much further upstream by catching veterans when they're still in transition from military to civilian life. And there are many different programs, and one that I'll mention here is what we call Solid Start. And it is a contact center, a call center that essentially reaches out to veterans when they're in that sometimes difficult transition from military to civilian life at least 3 times. So they call at various intervals and they always text the veteran, text message the veteran or email them to set the appointment up so they have a much higher rate of contact versus just calling them out of the blue when they're not available at work or traveling, etc. So when they contact these veterans, they want the objective is to enroll them in healthcare and benefits, but also to connect them into VA mental health care and what they're eligible for. And it's been incredibly successful in connecting more veterans into healthcare. There are also programs, we partner, because the United States is so big and we're 50 different states and many different cities and counties, et cetera. We partner with the governors of each state and consequently, subsequently, the mayors of every large city with a program called the Governor's Challenge and the Mayor's Challenge that essentially builds these community-based coalitions between local, state government, VA clinicians, and NGOs like many of you who are represented today, and including academic institutions that really ensure that they're doing everything they can to prevent suicide, but also just promote more active pursuit of mental health care at the community level, at the state level, so that we can ensure that veterans get the care that they need and they access those positive health outcomes that we all want them to do, and what we know is readily available for them. So there's a lot of great best practices to share, and I'll just kind of end on this because I know that we're tight on time and it's getting late in Ukraine, and I know that several of my colleagues are going to be speaking immediately after, and I'll stay on for a few minutes before my next meeting to listen in. But I think that there's a tremendous amount that we can continue to do to share best practices across the veteran, from the veteran journey with Ukraine, with other European partners and North American partners, to better understand that difficult transition and better understand the life stages that veterans and their families have, so that we can design programming around those moments that matter and those pain points, so that they get that world-class customer experience that they deserve. But I want to say thank you again, Marta, and thank you again to my Ukrainian brothers and sisters. I'll hopefully be with you again soon. Дякую and Slava Ukraina.
Героям слава. Дякую. Дякуємо, Джон.
Thank you, John. An exceptionally important work. We're looking forward to partnership, to interactions for best practices here in Ukraine, and we will learn together. We will develop this direction, and I believe that together we will really be able to achieve very good results. We will be able to really go to the outcome of the psychosocial adaptation, which is an increased life quality for our veterans.
Професор в галузі досліджень державних послуг, Центр ментального здоров'я, Великобританія. Matt, ви з нами?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Hi.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed.
Lovely to have you here. Please tell us about your work, about the novel approaches you use or you work with in providing psychological support to people who suffered from trauma.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed to start with for inviting me to come to the conference. I do feel a little bit of a fraud because I'm not actually a clinical psychologist, and we don't provide any interventions for military veterans. My job is as an academic. I'm a research lead. I lead a research institute, and we actually look at the evidence that underpins the delivery of these services. So I'm in a position of being a bit of a gamekeeper to the poachers around me who are providing the services. So my job, as I see it, is to make sure that that services have an evidence base that underpins them, and that they are effective and providing the best possible outcomes for veterans in the UK.
Thank you very much. So in terms of your work, would you have any kind of advice or maybe some kind of a practical something that we can, as Ukraine, in terms of our context, work with?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've had the pleasure of meeting Ukrainian colleagues before, and I think I spoke at your inaugural conference a couple of years ago when I was in Kyiv with a NATO working group on military to civilian transition. And so I know that you're very aware of the need to actually use evidence to underpin not only the development of services, but also to underpin the development of your policies as you're going forwards. So I have a couple of sort of, I suppose, top tips really in terms of what I think is very important in terms of policy and service development and improving practices, but also in terms of you thinking about what you need to do for your to improve the academic aspects of your work. So to start with, in terms of evidence-based policies and practice, I think it's very important that you understand what's the current evidence, what's the current state of play. what do we know about the health and well-being of veterans in the Ukraine? How is that being currently measured? And what do we know about the measurement and the health and well-beings of veterans and military personnel in general? So what can we learn from colleagues in the States, for instance, you just heard from John, or from other parts of the world, colleagues in Canada, for instance, who are doing a lot of work in this area. I'm working at the moment with the DVA in Boston, looking at the measurement of well-being, for instance, using things like the well-being inventory. And it's important that we consider how we get to understand the nature of the problem you're trying to address. The second issue I think that you need to really understand is you need to look at what your local priorities are in terms of your veteran population. And I know that that can be a political hot potato in the Ukraine. So you need to understand whether or not the issues or the needs are based on politics, or are they based on the lived experience of your veterans? So what are you trying to achieve here? If we're looking at the lived experience of veterans, then how do you co-produce the types of services that people need? So that's making sure that veterans are at the heart of them. Then that needs to be compared with what works well elsewhere. So how do we understand, what works well in the UK, in other parts of Europe, across NATO, what works well in the States? Can it be applied in the Ukraine? Is it a cultural fit? And that's very, very important. What works well in America won't necessarily work well in the UK, may not necessarily work well in the Ukraine. So we really need to think about that sort of cultural dimension. So in terms of the sort of the broader issues around mental health care in general, I think there are a couple of things that we need to consider. The first thing is about not pathologizing all experiences. So what I mean here is that we shouldn't be looking at everything purely through a medical model. So in other words, we need to understand the social dimensions of what's going on with individuals and not just look at diagnoses. And I think looking at diagnoses can sometimes be to the detriment of our veterans, even though it might be a key to accessing services. We have, I'm not sure if people are aware of this concept called the disability paradox. But broadly what that means is that people may clinically be very unwell, but still physically be able to live a very meaningful life. But on the flip side of that is that people may not hit sort of diagnostic markers and actually be unable to contribute into society. So to use a diagnostic cutoff point can sometimes be disadvantageous for our veterans. The next point really around delivery of mental health services is to ensure that all programs are evaluated effectively and or outcome data is captured. And I'm very passionate about this, to make sure that actually what we're doing is providing services that actually do have a positive output and outcome for people. There are too many services that are set up that in the UK we call them corgis, so commanding officers, really good ideas. That are sort of set up because people think it's something that will work. Actually, nobody ever tests many things, and we find out that they don't work at the end of the day, but people still do it because we've always done it like this. We really need to think about continual cycles of service improvement with the veteran at the center of that service improvement. And my final couple of points really are, we need to think about the impact of mental health on families. This is crucially important. Impact on families, the impact on the communities in which people live in, and the impact on society in general. So we cannot just see this as a individual problem for a person. It has far greater ramifications than that. And it's just then to say that I think, need to think about establishing some key research themes. So it's very, very important that we really understand the challenges around military to civilian transition. where are the pinch points, where are the problems, where could we be better providing interventions for people, and then importantly, how do we exchange the knowledge when we find out what's going wrong? How do we translate academic mumbo jumbo into something that policymakers and importantly veterans and their families understand, so that they get the better services? So that's me. Over and out.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Very good, actually excellent points. Looks like a roadmap for Ukraine, really. Thank you very much for your opinion, and thank you very much for your work and advice and tips for Ukraine.
It's a pleasure, absolute pleasure.
Шановні друзі, а ми запрошуємо нашого наступного спікера.
So we invite our next speaker, Mr. Hiroko Tanaka from Japan, humanitarian worker, assistance in programs on psychological support in 20 countries, cooperating with UN and international organizations in Africa, Asia, and South America. Hello, Mr. Tanaka.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, Mr. Tanaka, hi, lovely to have you here. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. I'm currently in Lima, Peru, and so our time is 8 in the morning, and probably you are, what, 5 o'clock there?
Yes, 5 o'clock in the evening, yes.
Very good. So I'll share my slide now. Today, we are in Peru for helping Venezuelan refugees, which is about 6 million in the world. And I'm not going to talk about the refugees in Venezuelan refugees, because they are not the conflict-affected population. So here, today I'm going to discuss about my experience in Sri Lanka of LTTE, aka Tamil Tigers, during the civil war, which lasted for 26 years. So Tamil Tigers, who are Tamil people, and they have Hindu background as a religion, and they speak Tamil, a different language from the main Sri Lankan who speak Sinhalese and who are Buddhists. And people in Tamil people live in this northern and eastern part. And we, JADE, set up a training center for reintegrating the child soldiers. The Tamil Tigers were so outnumbered by the Sinhalese main government that they had to forcibly recruit child soldiers, which was more than 10,000 during the period. And Sri Lanka is such a small country, which is 66,000 square kilometers, which is about a ninth of the Ukraine. It's just a very small country. But here in this slide, the India, they have this big population of Tamil people who are all same with the Tamil people in Sri Lanka, about 100 million. So Sri Lanka was always fearing the interference of the Tamil or in Indian government for their population of the Tamil people in Sri Lanka. So they started to prosecute and discriminate so much that the Tamil people in Sri Lanka started to opt for independence. So that's how the civil war started and ended in 2009, brutally. And for those child soldiers who went through this difficult moment, had to go through another difficult moment, because they've been in the war from their very young stage as a child and don't have proper education, proper relationship with their family, with their friends, where they played with guns or grenades. and they were given a cyanide capsule, and then they had it within the neck with a pendant, that if they were caught with a Sri Lankan army, they would dispose themselves. So they had huge trauma on the background, and they don't have a very nice childhood. So what we did was not only the vocational training of carpentry and masonry, we also focused on peace building and the psychosocial aspect of the child soldiers. We gave peace building group sessions like that we see in here, talk about their experience, what they have seen, what they have thought, and also private sessions, which is also difficult for them to have because they had nightmares, flashbacks, those things. And another thing, what was important was that we focused on rebuilding their social relationships with others. Like we put them in the dormitory so they can live together, eat together, study together, and also work together. And for this young female combatant, probably they had gone through the sexual abuse through their commanders or colleagues. So we had special care for them too. Through this carpentry and mason training, they were able to get a national certificate. They can be used forever. And that is a very powerful tool so that even their Tamil and their child soldiers, they have a skills and certificate that can sell in the market, which was very popular on those days. And for this on-the-job training, they built a small primary school in their area. By having those exchange with the local community, building a primary school and donating them made a very good impact of reintegration to the community, because some community people think that they are thugs or nuisance to the community, but they are not. They were actually victims, but there was no inter-exchange with those local people and the child soldiers. They were kind of ousted, or they're not welcomed the community. So what we did was we built this little primary school which can host like 50 students, and so they can have a sort of a symbol that of a reintegration and also becoming again a member of the community. So this is a very important part, and also the community was ready to accept through this process. So we also did some PR before starting the project that we're going to have this project, so please accept this. And at the end, we also had this ceremony so that people can happily accept, with the benefit of school and the benefit of the reintegration. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to hand it over to Francesca, who is going to go through Northern Ireland issues.
Thank you, Mr. Tanaka. I think one of the audience members have a question. Marta, please.
Hello, Hirota.
Доброго дня, Хірото. I will ask my questions in Ukrainian. I know there is a lot of reintegrational programs in Ukraine of peace building, and that are aimed for reintegration of people in communities. And I also know that a lot of young people are at war now, and it's a risk factor that the younger is the age, the more likely is that they will get PTSD, because the trauma enters the mind unconsciously, and the more conscious, the more mature the person gets, the harder it's to work with that. And considering Ukrainian context, a big amount of children is affected by the war, not only veterans' children, but also the populations that lives next to the war zone. So I know you worked a lot all over the world, in Africa, now in South America. So what can you tell about Ukrainian context? What we have to expect?
Thank you for a very important question.
Дякую за дуже важливе питання.
It's also nice to see you again.
Також приємно знову вас бачити.
So the context is quite different from every.
Контекст є досить відмінним.
So I cannot generalize.
І я не можу узагальнювати.
But one thing I can tell is that you have to listen what the needs, what they have.
Thank you, Hiroto. Thank you for your work, thank you for your time, thank you for joining us today. Шановні друзі, нагадую, що ви теж можете задавати запитання нашим спікерам, якщо ви скористаєтеся функцією чату в Zoom, або напишете запитання прямо під нашим ефіром у Facebook.
Dear friends, you can also use chat to ask questions, or here or in Facebook.
And we'll also continue with our next speaker, Francesca Ciroletti, who is working with conflict resolutions. Ms. Francesca, are you with us?
Hello, thank you very much, Marta, for inviting me to this conference and for the organizing committee. Thank you, it's nice to see you again. I am not a psychologist or specialist in mental health in any way. My expertise lies in conflict resolution. And what I'm going to bring today is the experience that we've seen in Northern Ireland in terms of how conflict produces a vicious cycle of conflict impacts on the individual, but then the trauma caused within the individuals contributes back to the macro level conflict, just perpetuating the cycle of the so-called cycle of violence. Sorry, it doesn't seem to work. So to let you just give you a brief outline of the conflict in Northern Ireland. It is a little bit different from the conflict that you have experienced in Ukraine. Northern Ireland was a long historic conflict back from the basically 1600s. And the phase that I'm going to talk about is known as the Troubles, a total understatement of what happened. And it lasted from 1969 to 1998. And so basically three groups of people: the Catholics, who wished for a reunification of with the Irish Republic, known also as Republicans; the Unionists, known as Protestants as well, who wanted, on the other hand, to stay within the United Kingdom; and the British government, kind of in the middle, trying to keep law and order. It was a very urban conflict. And it was experienced, it caused a lot of uncertainty with the people, because you never knew when the next bomb would explode. So the conflict, the trauma caused by the individual events percolated into individual lives, which then translated in collective trauma. What happened here is violence became the normal. You went out and you didn't know whether you were able to come back home. the following, and then in the evening. So conflict, this brought the groups, the two groups inwardly looking in more division and segregation. Here in the slide, you can see one of the so-called peace walls. These were walls that were put across the city of Belfast to keep the two groups from meeting. And they used to throw firebombs across the walls in an attempt to hurt each other. Now, the reason that this happened is because the two groups felt victims of the other and victims of the other, and never took responsibility of the pain each group caused. The bad thing is that the trauma was transmitted at intergenerational level. So, for example, the people here, the young people who were born after 1998, after the agreement was signed, got involved in sectorial violence due to the tension caused by Brexit. And in theory, there should have been some distance between their experience of the parents and their own experience, but this was not the case. What the Irish experience shows that there are three things important to happen to break this cycle. One is to enable a period of reflection on whether violence is an appropriate way to achieve the means. And this was done a lot in the prisons with the paramilitary prisoners. And in the 80s and 90s, when the prisoners were released, this brought to the building of new alternatives in community groups, and maybe led by one unionist and one Republican, to try and build bridges between the two communities. The trauma was never, I met people who said, we never spoke about the violence we caused, but we worked together to bridge and create a different future for our younger generation. It's still work in progress, and there are the repercussions of the conflict are still seen today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesca. We have a question for you. Marta, please.
Скажіть, будь ласка, Франческа, попереду в Україні...
Francesca, tell us, please. Ukraine has a difficult process of reintegration ahead, the one of reintegrating people who are living on the occupied territories of Donetsk and Luhansk region, of helping to establish communication in those regions. Today, we have representatives of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I know they're with us today. What could you advise to the representatives of the police? Because we have police officers who are part of the structure, who are doing communications in the communities like that. Are there any world's acknowledged solutions? I know that specialists like that worked in situations like that in Ireland. Could you advise us on something?
There has been a lot of following Northern Ireland, where a lot of work has been done to try and understand how both military and police need to adapt their skills to a conflict transformation, conflict resolution mindset. Because it was known that one of the causes that contributed to the violence was the lack of sensibility of the British military in keeping so-called law and order in the towns of Belfast and the territory of Northern Ireland. the military, the UK military have developed a handbook on peace building initiatives, and that has been translated in many languages. And similar work has been done within the police structure, that a new way of how to engage with conflict parties has been identified.
Thank you. Thank you, Francesca, very much. Thank you for the answer. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your time and for your work. Шановні друзі, наш наступний спікер April Natural, помічниця.
Dear friends, our next speaker is April Natural, Assistant VP National Programs, Environment and Emotional Health, Director of Veterans Crisis Line and Disaster Hotline Helpline Network. Ms. April has a significant experience in setting up and conducting helpline for veterans. Could you please share your experience?
April.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. I have just one slide that I would like to share with you, and let me share my screen so I can put that up. What I'm talking about today is a program that I helped to start back in 2004 called the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And this was a number that we created so that anyone could call who was in distress with suicidal thoughts or concerns, any emotional distress or concerns. At that time, there was not the use of chat and text that there is now. So obviously things have changed. And one of the most common ways that people contact us is by chat and text, as well as on the phone. We receive tens of thousands of calls on the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline every day, winding up with millions of calls per year. And the calls, unfortunately, increase every year since 2004, when we started this line. Additionally, what we found was that many of our callers were veterans. Like they're in Ukraine, your Lifeline Ukraine attends to veterans mostly, and then you get calls from the general public. We were getting so many calls from veterans that we added what we call the press 1 option. So a veteran can call the Suicide Prevention Lifeline, and if they press 1, they are connected with crisis center staff who are also veterans who have been trained in responding to suicide prevention. What we find is that most of the veterans want to speak with other veterans. They much prefer to talk to their peers rather than to our specialists who speak generally to the Suicide Prevention Lifeline. The other thing that we added was what is called our Disaster Distress Helpline. Here in the US, as you may know, we experience many natural disasters. Tornadoes, floods are very common, fires very, very common, ice storms, and unfortunately, we are a country that has many, many mass violence incidents. I know some of you have experienced terrorism, as they have in Europe as well. And we have had some significant terrorist events additionally. So we also created a separate line called the Disaster Distress Helpline, where people can call or text and receive support for their negative mental health experiences related to a disaster or a man-made event like terrorism or violence. Gun violence is very common here, as you know. So these are our 3 major mental health access lines. And we have very exciting news, is that because of the access and the utilization of all of these lines, we are moving to a new number that you can see down here at the bottom of the slide. We will have a number 988, just 3 digits, that anyone can call for any reason for emotional support. This is similar to what we have now in the US. We have a 911 for medical emergencies. Anyone can call 911 and be connected to an ambulance, hospital, emergency services. So we are now creating 988 so that it's much easier for people to remember that they can call and access mental health and suicide prevention work. When they call 988, they will still be able to press 1 so that they have access to the Veterans Crisis Line. And we might be adding something about another number to access disasters. And disasters are different because, as you might know, the disaster responses are usually short-lived and acute, whereas many of the calls around suicide and other mental health crises are related to more serious mental illness. We have expanded, as I've said, our call, chat, and text services, so anyone can use any of those services. So the way our network is set up is that we want people to be able to connect with their local resources. So our network is built with 200 crisis call centers across the United States. There is at least 1 call center in every state. In many states, there are more than 1 or 2. So what happens is when someone calls the 1-800-273-TALK number, our network connects them to the crisis center closest to where they are calling from. And this way, the crisis center staff, if they have to give them resources, if they need help finding a hospital, a therapist, or information about, domestic violence, substance abuse, they have information about the local resources. And so while this is a national line, all of the crisis centers are centered in the states so that people can receive direct resources in their local community. And we are continuing to build this network so that even in small rural communities, we have crisis centers that can answer the phone and provide the type of resources that someone can access in their own community. I'm going to stop there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, April. Шановні колеги, чи є у когось запитання до пані April?
Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Ms. April? Yeah, I see that we have some participants in our audience who ask the questions about indicators that allow to see that if there is a higher risk that a veteran will commit suicide, whether the indicators that are being used in the US. I know that since there is a veteran hotline and Ministry of Veteran Affairs promoted a lot, they say that it's the best product they managed to create in terms of preventing suicide. So if she can, I would ask April to tell about how those indicators are established. They indicated that someone can commit suicide in the veteran community. And if it's possible somehow to apply those indicators in the Ukrainian context to build efficient lifelines in Ukraine or efficient support programs for those people who are very risky, who have a high risk of committing suicide.
So there's a question from Marta. I'm not sure was it translated I'll just give you a short recap. So Marta just asked about the indicators of the person who might be very close to who's very close to suicide. It is an important question for us as a nation. And do you have any studies, or maybe from your experience, what kind of indicators are out there that we can use, that you can pinpoint for us in terms of work of similar hotline in Ukraine, indicators which could early on show that person is suicidal?
Yes, actually, we have several researchers here in the US who have been studying suicide prevention for a very long time. And there are several models that all of the staff who answer the Lifeline calls, chats, and texts follow. And there are several that are quite good. We talk about, does the person have the desire? Do they want to die? Even though they have suicidal thoughts, they might not want to die. I used to have a client who I asked, he was suicidal for 2 years, and I would ask him in every session, did he want to die? And he said, not really. He said, I think about it every day when I get up, but I wouldn't do it. I'm a bit of a chicken, he called himself. And I don't mean to make light of it, but he did make light of it every day, but he knew that he wouldn't carry through. So this is an important question. We also ask about capacity. Can they do this? And about access. Do they have access to the type of tools that they would need to carry out suicide? So if they're thinking of hurting themselves with a weapon, do they have the weapon in the house? Do they have the bullets for the weapon? Is it locked up? Are they together? Are they separate? And these are things we ask about, and we also then will follow a process of helping them to get these things out of the house or separate them. So we want to make sure that we're asking very specific questions that we know might show us that someone may act more imminently. There are other models called the ASSIST model, which is a complicated training, and I highly, highly recommend it. And we can send materials on through Marta to participants who are interested in these different models of training. What I want to say too, though, is that we know that suicide is an impulsive act, and that someone can have been receiving very good support from Lifeline Ukraine and are not suicidal when they get off the phone, but then maybe an hour later something happens and they become activated and very upset, and they might in fact act on their suicidal impulses. So we do the best that we can to give them the tools and plans to keep themselves safe. And that's the best that we can do. And again, I'm happy to share some of the recommendations for the different training models. All of our staff at all 200 centers are all trained in very specific suicide prevention models that we highly recommend, so that staff have a good sense of what types of questions to ask so that they can assess whether someone is imminently suicide or whether they will be safe.
Thank you, April. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you for your very interesting presentation and the results that you just told us about. Шановні друзі, ми будемо рухатися далі. Наш наступний спікер, доктор Рената Гомес, головна благодійної організації Chief Scientific Research Officer for Bravo Victor Charity в Лондон. Пані Рената, ви з нами? Доброго дня. Пані Рената сьогодні має презентацію, пов'язану з питанням втрати чутливості як наслідок черепно-мозкової травми та діагностичних проблем.
Renata will speak now about losing sensitivity as a result of TBI initiative.
Hi, yes. Happy to have you here.
Thank you. I will not be needing my slides actually, but it's all right to keep that slide on. So Dear Chairman, most honourable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking a time for a very busy schedule to listen to me. I hope you can hear me well. Honestly, having just returned from business in Washington, DC, as you may see, I'm speaking from an airport lounge. This is not the ideal of conditions. However, the topic of the hand is of the utmost importance. So I honestly had to find a solution to participate. But I thought before I start, I trust that you've received information about Brother Victor's work and a presentation. I will aim to summarize my points in less than 7 minutes, allowing for the remainder of the time allocation for questions or any comments and discussion if necessary. So I would like to start by introducing myself. I came from a family of 4 generations of combat deployed militaries. I myself served as an investigation and rescue operative with active duty in Africa and the Middle East. My partner is a former senior officer who served for decades and was too often engaged in combat missions. Therefore, the topic of military and veterans' health is close to my heart. Academically, I am a professor of veterans' health and biomedical research. My expertise is in regenerative medicine and then a holistic approach to care and rehabilitation. I have over 14 years of experience in this area internationally. You will not be surprised to know that, of course, we also collaborate with Professor Matt Fossey, who you just earlier heard from. So I'm the Chief Scientific Officer for Bravo Victor, which is formerly known as Research and Innovation for Blind Veterans UK. Bravo Victor's mission is to inspire, facilitate, and focus the world's best research scientists to improve the lives of the visually impaired, disabled, and veterans. This brings me to the topic in hand today. I am here to tell you about the research which we have been doing in the area of traumatic brain injury and impairment, such as sight loss as a consequence of brain injury. When researching, we focus on the veteran with a physical disability that has a substantial and long-term negative effect on their day-to-day. Traumatic brain injury is very different from post-traumatic stress disorder, despite some overlap in symptoms and frequent comorbidity. Veterans are commonly misdiagnosed, leaving the brain injury, which can be fatal, untreated. This is likely to be the case for many blind veterans. In the US, on average, 23 blind veterans committed suicide a year. Half of those were non-responsive to any type of PTSD treatments. However, the other half of these veterans never received any type of mental health treatments. These indications are concerning. It also raises the fact that there are existential issues with PTSD. War on combat exposure pose great risks to the vision system. More recently, vision-related deficiencies and impairments have become common with increased use of powerful explosive devices and the subsequent rise in incidents and traumatic brain injury. It is important to understand traumatic brain injury and its consequences. This can be because traumatic brain injury can be difficult to diagnose. Yet for the indirect, and this can be difficult to diagnose, yet for indirect traumatic optic neuropathy, there is the possibility of a recovery rate from 40 to 60%. And given that visual symptoms are one of the indicators of a brain injury in over 70% of veterans, it is important to investigate further. Diagnosis of mild MTBI is challenging. Being able to identify a potential TBI via visual symptoms may offer new avenues for diagnosis. For more details, please refer to our published works in military medical research. We are also looking at several factors in cognitive health, how to keep good cognitive health for as long as possible, but also trying to understand the significantly higher levels of dementia in military and veteran populations. In fact, in a similar fashion to contact sport athletes, our veterans are 4.4 times more likely to develop dementia when compared those with the general population. We have continued to investigate the intriguing causes and correlations between the brain injury, sleep, deployment, and dementia in our veterans. Again, I please direct you to some of our further publications in military medical research. This work, which we run in all of our cohorts, is the major drive by both Blind Veterans UK and the Blinded Veterans Association in the US. We have furthered our determination by establishing the Joint Ocular Trauma Task Group, officially recognized by both the UK and US governments. You may be wondering why. Why are we going to research disabled veterans in the UK? The simple answer is that we need it. We also know too little in the UK. We lack of robust and validated evidence on disabled veterans, their needs, outcomes, and how we may move on evidence-based action. But so what? Why am I taking your time? As we are gathering primary data on our veterans, we hope to share this information with yourselves and even collect information from your cohorts, from your veterans. We believe that this will inform evidence-based action for those delivering support to veterans. Again, using robust data methodology to provide and do prospective modeling, we will become stronger for our veterans. This, of course, feeds into two longer-term strategies. First, contribute with knowledge so our nations become indeed the best place in the world to be a veteran. Secondly, use knowledge and actions in the veteran sector, so literally to make veterans the force for good. Finally, I wanted to really re-emphasize that we must push our sector into a strong evidence base. We must believe only with evidence because, as once Socrates, the wise man, said, to believe without evidence and demonstration is an act of ignorance and folly. Thank you for listening. I stand ready to answer to any questions which you may have. Over to you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Renata. Do we have a question? Пані Ксенія, ви маєте запитання? Зараз я хочу до вас встати і дати вам.
Wait, we'll pass on the mic to you. The problem of post-concussion syndrome and minor TBI, which is for Ukraine, based on our data and my own observation as a neurologist working in a military hospital, this is a specific focus of my scientific interest, and we have lots of that in Ukraine. That's the specificity of our disorders, because 2014 to 2016, we had a lot of artillery weapons used. So people got injured that were not noticed, diagnosed, and consequently treated. Nowadays, we have a tremendous issue with that. I would say we are finishing our article with the analytical data based on the data we found in our hospital. This problem is much larger than PTSD or other mental health disorders. So it should be a priority direction in our country. This is what we actually are doing in our hospital. Thank you, Ms. Ksenia. I believe we'll be able to speak more about it during the panel where you take part. I'm very curious about your experience and, of course, curious about the experience of our international colleagues. Thanks a lot, Ms. Renata, for your interesting speech. We'll be very happy to cooperate with you and to spread the knowledge that you acquired in Ukraine.
Dear friends, our next speaker is Anna Lipovska-Deutsch, clinical psychology, co-founder of the Crisis Intervention Society in Krakow, and initiator of an organization for women who experienced gender-based violence.
Informacje, które będziemy przekazywały razem z Aliną Doboszewską, są raczej smutne.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mrs. Anna, can you hear us? So could you be closer to the microphone? Yeah, the sound is better. Good afternoon, Mrs. Anna. Please tell us about your work, about your results in the context of crisis intervention. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Я дуже рада, що ви мене запросили на цю конференцію. І тут зараз Аліна вам
Now, Alina will tell you
передасть інформацію, як сталося в нашому
information about what happened in our state in the area of crisis intervention. Those were not very good news, and we hope that in the framework of resistance, we'll create another underground state. I'm reading this information that I've translated into Ukrainian.
На фоні цієї фотографії.
So on the background of this photo, this is the photo of a woman's strike. Here we can see a father holding his daughter and holding the transparent where it's written, "You'll never be alone." It was one of the main slogans of this movement.
Дії на благо людей і груп, які опинилися в кризовому стані в Польщі, зазвичай ініціюються неурядовими організаціями та громадськими рухами і лише потім регулюються правовими актами, законами та законними актами. Це стосується, зокрема,
And a lot of people who found themselves in a crisis situations, they are cared of, get care from state institutions, and it's regulated. The first center of crisis intervention was created in Krakow in 1991. It was created in underground conditions in the 80s. On the initiative of psychiatrists and psychologists who helped as well to different people, but in particular to those people who were haunted by communistic government and who made suicidal attempts. In 13 years, March 20th, 2014, there was a law that defined to highlight the crisis interventions like a complex of interdisciplinary measures that's aimed to help people and families in crisis, to help them to renew mental well-being and to help them to go through the crisis. And there are the local centers of crisis intervention in all regions. And the crisis intervention is defined as very efficient under conditions that it takes place. Why it doesn't take place? That's because of 55% of the districts do not have the centers of crisis intervention. that goes against the legal framework. About 30% of those centers were providing this help 24 hours per day. So most people didn't have access permanently to this help in crisis situations. And sometimes between the event and addressing to this center for getting psychological aid, so it took around 40 days. And working with one person, it lasted up to 10 years within the frame of long-term counseling that was often held by people, by specialists who didn't have proper qualification. And there was a supreme body of state control, and the ombudsman who was dependent of other bodies, but independent in his activities, constitutional body of providing their rights, defense of human rights. And in Poland, and there is there is no sufficient system of civil, like social services that's adequate to existing risks and threats. So none of 20 plans that was not prepared properly and finalized. There is no coherent system of help towards crime victims. The Minister of Justice did not assure the substantial help to those who suffered from, and efficient help to crime victims. Legal and organizational decisions were not carried out in order to build the system of substantial multidisciplinary help to crime victims. No help to teenagers and children with suicidal risks and difficulties with getting help. Also, the victims of human rights violation were it was also connected with some officials. So there were some changes in campaigns and of hatred against certain people and of protest leaders, opinion leaders, and concrete group leaders like teachers, NGO leaders. There were a lot of violations of human rights who are within the framework of their social responsibility, organized riots, protests. The government did not react to hatred actions, even in case when the Dansk president was murdered in 2010. There was no proper reaction from government. So there was no proper answer, and the hatred campaigns that were supported by media became the source of manipulations and like management. And our society started to get together, creating structures, their own structures of crisis intervention. And it turned out to be it appeared in the border with Belarus.
Zaostrzenia antyaborcyjnych
and also the anti-abortionist organizations in 2016. There was the huge protest aimed to the attempt to prohibit abortions. So this organization spreads knowledge about pharmacological abortion, and the Constitutional Tribunal of October 6, 2016 established that abortion, like the legal framework for abortion in case of system disease of the fetus, it does not correspond to the constitution, and then the women rights spread it all over the country. And NGO became very active. The anti-repression hotline was created. So people could get legal support when they were arrested, and there were a lot of pro bono lawyers who were working to assist those Protestants who were arrested. So, and it took place in August 2020, when people arrested during the peaceful demonstration, they were brought to the police, where they undergone physical violence. So please, could you summarize, because we are short of time. We are behind the schedule. So could you summarize your speech, please?
Znaczy, chcę przede wszystkim powiedzieć, że potrafimy się zorganizować i wszystkie te elementy interwencji kryzysowej włączyć na przykład w pomoc dla kobiet, które strajkują w strajku kobiet. Pomoc prawną, psychologiczną, ekonomiczną.
We are talking about psychological assist to those women with crisis intervention. I want to say that our society is able to get together, to unify, and to create the methods of crisis interventions for the women who have undergone this, who are the victims of this rigid and anti-abortionist law. So thank you very much, Alina, Anna. There's a lot of information, and what you talk about, it resonates a lot, especially within the context of the development of the system of psychosocial rehabilitations in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your stories. So we switch to our next platform on psychological reintegration and renovation of military serviceman and ex-combatant of ATO. Bonnie Carroll, the president.
Вийшов там заступник директора, начальник відділу охорони здоров'я, представник департаменту соціального забезпечення Міністерства оборони України, а також Антоній Мельник, супервізор проекту положення класу, член Development Foundation, Вікторія Слойка Чорна, ветеранка, старший психолог Бахмутського районного відділу поліції, психолог Development Foundation та проєкту відновлення Донбасу. Та Михайло Каречко, фахівець з адвокації проєкту та Development Foundation.
We begin our panel with our presentation of Alexandra Ogorodnikova. Mr. Ogorodnikova, are you here? Are you with us? Good evening. We are glad to welcome you. Thank you for joining us. You are the expert in a transition from military career to civil life. Please, could you tell us more about this component of psychological rehabilitation? Yes, I represent the NATO in Ukraine. So the transition is connected, contains inevitably the psychological rehabilitation. So that will be interested and helpful information for mental health specialists. So we are holding psychological rehabilitation, reintegration. I will tell you about that. So we cannot switch the slides. There is some technical problem. Hold on. So I will tell about the program, about the transition model that has been developed by the working group of Ukrainian ministries, and all questions and answers I will be glad to answer. So the program started at 2015. That was the political help of creating in Ukraine its own a system of transition from military career to civilian. There was a working group from all ministries, and there was created the model that ideally fitted to Ukrainian reality, because it applied all the structures that are already present in Ukraine. In 2016, this work was the special ministry of veterans was created in 2019 on supreme level, where the requests were addressed in order to implement this project in Ukraine. So since 99, the program was dealing with the practical aspect of professional psychosocial adaptation, and there were the courses were conducted for combatants, for military workers. So they were aimed to provide additional, like, second qualification for the ex-military workers, so they could be more competitive on the labor market. And the success of this activity is about 70% during the coming years. So it means that after several months after graduating a certain course, so its graduates were able to find to be employed in civil life. So it's 18th, 19th years. The program was running special psychological seminars for ATO veterans, and it's called the way from battlefield home, the way home. And those activities were held in a moment when the military people were coming back from the war zone, just before coming back home. It was one of the most efficient methods, the closest to traumatic event the intervention takes place, the more efficient, the more impact, the better is its impact. So our beneficiaries were about 8,000 people of state border service, and it was more than 40 seminars. In 2020 and 2021, we worked in order to support the VA and their institutional development, particularly development of veteran NGOs, to write substantial content, project content, to develop the personnel of VA, also writing the book, like guidelines for that. I can see that there is Ksenia Voznitsina, who was engaged in this activity together with experts from Israel. Those were the management of psychosocial rehabilitation, called Invisible Consequences of War. So it was the aid of creating documentation for starting this the project. And this activity was continued during this year. In 2021, there were two big research took place. They were published on the website of the VA. It's the exploration, like study of the best world practices, and with focus on veteran. And now it's in open sources. You can get familiar with it, to get familiarized at least with the key points. It can be very helpful and very interesting. If we talk about transition as itself, it's a crucial component of working of military forces. Every year they need to engage a lot of new stuff, and this substantial approach, it allows to involve more people here. The military people need to not only get pleasure from their work and get like self actualization in their work during all their working path. They need to feel that they're cared of, to be able to look with optimism in their future. And this transition, it's like a prize for a long-term service that can stimulate the transparency and individual planning of a career since early stages, because this choice of main or like secondary military specialization can influence their career after transition. So you can use a certain differentiation. It's providing military personnel who are planned for transition counseling, support, and a certain instrument in order to help them in this transition. So when we talk about the person who undergoes the transition, who quits the armed forces, comes back to civil society, into business, this process has to be gradual and efficient. So we involve our civilian military connections. And there is a democratical control of armed forces, and that involves also care about human rights. So the system of transition, it guarantees that those who were on a military service and their families will get certain attitude. So it's not only about learning and further professional training. It can be also some local state support and international partners support in running of this, and businesses in running of this process. Talking about the principles of MCT, it's like peer-to-peer system. Like military people need to take care of other service people. So it's integrated into the staff management. So the military person can reflect together with his military management about his further career path. So as in the framework of military forces, as well as cross-ministry level. So its transition, and requalification is the natural stage of a military career. Here we can see the advantages or disadvantages if the support is available or if it's not there. So if we analyze it, we can see quite clearly that those values can be easily broadcasted to all the stakeholders, that the MCT can be the part of strategic program, or either of inner as outer communication. So thank you very much for your presentation. So what are your further plans together with NATO program for working on transition? So this now and during the next year, we are planning to work with the VA in the area in supporting their institutional development. And now the ministry regards the working program implementation of MCT that was developed by the working group of ministries. And we are ready to support them in the implementation of this model. Thank you very much for your work, for the interesting presentation and the directions you have presented. Dear friends, and we want to present the next speaker, Bonnie Carroll, the president of the program who have survived tragic events. Bonnie, are you with us?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you for this program, which is providing useful tools and strategies for supporting veterans and their families. I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force, and I lost my husband who was serving in the Army. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, the national organization in the United States caring for all those who are grieving the death of a military loved one. For more than 7 years, we have helped develop a national sister program in Ukraine based in Dnipro called TAPS Ukraine. This is a non-governmental organization for all those who are grieving the death of their military loved one. TAPS Ukraine has held national gatherings, conducted trainings, and built programs of support. The foundation for this important work begins with acknowledgement that grief and loss, whether the loss of a person, of your own identity, of a sense of safety and security, or of life as we knew it. I love that the previous speaker talked so much about the importance of peer-based emotional support. Death, loss, and grief are consistent emotional experiences as a result of conflict. They're normal reactions to loss and can be overwhelmingly debilitating. Survivors of war and conflict must navigate the complicated emotions of the aftermath of conflict and address the needs not only of their own grief, but the grief of their families and their community as well. The way in which veterans and survivors rebuild and navigate this new life following conflict has the power to improve mental health, help heal emotional distress, and prevent suicide. In the aftermath of conflict, it is critical for organizations and governments to create and put into practice protocols and programs that acknowledge and address the grief of survivors and veterans. By addressing grief as a mental health concern and acknowledging grief on a community level, all those impacted by conflict will have the foundation to honor their losses, find stability in their lives, and create a renewed sense of meaning and purpose, which is absolutely essential to mental wellness. I'd like to share our research now in providing successful peer-based emotional support for veterans and surviving family members in addressing grief. The first step in this process is simply acknowledging that grief is a part of one's life experience now, that it is the normal reaction to loss, and that this pain is something that must be addressed. The second step is to validate the magnitude of grief. Grief emotions can become debilitating, interfering with a veteran's ability to take care of daily responsibilities. In the military community, this validation includes public ceremonies and memorials honoring those who have died and recognizing their service to Ukraine. Third, we must foster communities for those processing war grief so that they can connect with each other. Through these connections, they can develop empathetic social supports with others who have had similar experiences in order to express grief and form bonds. So it's through this peer support that you will have a system of giving and receiving support founded on principles of respect, shared responsibility, and mutual agreement among veterans with similar experiences. Communities can grow in a healthy way, provide emotional, social, and practical support, improve the quality of life, promote wellness, and improve coping skills. We're so encouraged by the tremendous work of TAPS Ukraine and the way they followed this model to promote healing for those grieving the death of their loved ones. We encourage veterans to engage in this healing work as well, to honor lives lived and remember sacrifices made and support the wonderful work of the surviving families of TAPS Ukraine. Thank you for recognizing the importance of grief support in overall mental wellness. It's been an honor to be with you today. Thank you.
Bonnie, thank you very much. You are such an inspirational speaker. Thank you for excellent delivery and presentation. Чи ми маємо запитання до пані Боні?
Do we have questions to Ms. Bonnie?
Bonnie, I think that your presentation was such a inspiration to us. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for your words, for your work. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you for everything you do to the families. Ми будемо продовжувати, шановні друзі. Ми хочемо запросити.
Dear friends, we're going to continue. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Luis Medanik, the manager of the Open World Leadership Center, the US. Mr. Lewis, are you with us?
I'm here, yes. Добрий день, мене звати Луїс Майданик, керівник програм «Відкритий світ». Но я буду по-англійськи.
I will speak English.
So good morning. It's truly an honor to be following my friend Bonnie, who has done some great work with the Open World program. My name is Louis Medanik, and I'm glad to be here today. I'm with the Center for, the Open World Leadership Center, and we're currently being renamed the Congressional Office for International Leadership, or COIL, reflecting our service to the U.S. Congress. I want to thank you all for this incredible program today, for the empathy and the professionalism all of you have shown. Mine's more of a bureaucratic presentation of what we can offer Ukraine and the work we've been doing in Ukraine. So why don't I get right to it, and I'll try to be quick because I know we're running behind. We started working with Ukrainian veterans on PTSD issues and war injuries as early as August 2014, when we collaborated with the Yale School of Medicine, their Department of Psychiatry, and the United Ukrainian American Relief Committee to bring 23 leading psychiatrists, psychologists, and clergy on a timely program to study effective means of treatment for PTSD. Of course, I'm proud to say that's how I met both Katya Kolso, who's involved today, and my dear friend Marta Pelovarenko from the foundation. That's a part of the sponsorship of this event, and that's how our relationship started and the importance of relationship. This program at Yale represented Open World's focus on rapidly responding to the critical needs as Ukraine faced Russian aggression and invasion. Upon return to Ukraine, the delegation initiated a closed Facebook group and continued their dialogue and met at St. Michael's Cathedral in Kyiv with representatives from the Ministry of Health to sign a declaration with the goal of establishing a nationwide network of psychological services for those suffering from PTSD and other war-related injuries. Another also great result of this initial programming was we were involved with in the beginning of the Veterans Hub that I think now is in Kiev, Vinnytsia, Lviv, and Kharkiv, if I'm correct. Since then, we have done 22 in-person programs in the United States for veterans, and we've served more than 120 veterans. One thing I would also indicate is we do something somewhat untraditional, and they are a victim of the war and maybe don't suffer PTSD, but we also do a lot of programming for the IDP community who's also suffering, and the IDP community, including, of course, the Tatars from Crimea, who have put up with so much and have dealt with such trauma and stress, although not war-related directly. So some of our program has been aimed at refugees and IDPs, as I mentioned, ameliorating suffering in the combat zone, serving disabled veterans, IDPs and Tatars, as I mentioned, PTSD and reintegration, medical practitioners, social workers, displaced universities, serving veterans, Veterans Affairs, and legal aid for veterans and women veterans. Those are some of the type of delegations we focused on to bring to the Open World program to the United States for hands-on peer-to-peer programming. We're very proud that we've been very engaged with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and other initiatives like the Veterans Hub, as I mentioned earlier. With the creation of Ukraine's Ministry of Veterans Affairs in late 2018, and a renewed focus on Ukraine, on serving veterans. The Open World Leadership Center, work in the center, kind of stepped up a bit. The alumni have taken the lead in creating model veteran service centers, as I mentioned, the hub, and we'll continue to do this important work. Since then, we've done a bunch of virtual programming. Well, first, before we started virtual programming, in March 2020, three Ukrainian alumni traveled back in Washington, D.C. To stress the importance of veterans and veteran issues like PTSD at the invitation of the Congressional Ukrainian Caucus, and they were sponsored by our good friends in Connecticut, the Ukrainian American diaspora and community, and they had a great Heroes of Liberty events that we helped organize. Well, we were part of. We didn't. You guys did a great organization and didn't need our help, but the U.S. Congress was able to have front row seats to the expressions of need from Ukrainian veterans, and we're very happy that we could be a part of it. Another program we did in May of this year was a focus on war injuries for veterans and the treatment and rehabilitation of veterans. Of course, we're always pleased that Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur is ready to participate, as well as John Borsler, who we hope maybe to see today, who is running a group called Combined Arms in Houston, Texas, and does great work in Ukraine. And that's really about all I want to say about our program. We're very active. We're very eager to serve our veterans. We work closely with also our friends at the Atlantic Council, who did some groundbreaking work. I know a lot of today's discussion has been on some work in Donbass and the incredible work the foundation is doing in Donbass, and also Dr. Katya Kalso is doing there. But we also work with the Atlantic Council, who also did a kind of groundbreaking study on the veterans' issues once returning from Donbass, or the road from Donbass. So that's about it. I'll cut it short. I'm not a professional in the field of war injuries and working with victims of PTSD, but I'm here in Washington administering the Open World of Відкриті Світ program, and we're here to help and do what we can to move these issues forward. So I'll end it there. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to us. Slava Ukraini, I guess, is normal to say. Yes.
Thank you, Lewis. We actually have a question from the audience regarding the technological solutions which you might use, or about which you are aware that you use for diagnostics or to support the treatment of PTSD, and which can help psychiatrists and therapists in their work with veterans. Are you aware, or maybe you already use some technological solutions or any kind of technologies that you can recommend to Ukrainian experts?
I'm sorry, I'm not qualified medically to handle this. I mean, I know a strong infrastructure of medical support, in-person counseling, medication, but I'm not a professional in the topic. I know empathy, family, a strong structure of support like our veterans. I know my Uncle Bunny was always so proud of some of the attention and the ability to go to the Veterans Administration, and he was one of the biggest supporters of the Veterans Administration here in the United States. But I do have to pass on giving a technical answer to. I know I heard Dr. Kalso's presentation also, and cognitive therapy and various other therapies, but I'm not professionally. I'm not professional. I'm only common sense and what I've heard through society.
Thank you anyway for your answer, and thank you very much for the presentation of your work. Thank you very much for what you do, and thank you for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we switch to the next speaker, Ksenia Voznicina, Chief Physician of the State Institution Hospital of War Veterans of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. So dear Ms. Ksenia, you are one of the most prominent Ukrainian experts of mental health of veterans. So most of the people have heard about you. So please share your vision and your experience about your work in psychosocial adaptation. Dear colleagues, I've prepared the presentation, but I decided to make it more like freestyle, considering our discussion, and I would like to focus on some particular aspects of mental health of veteran, and this so-called warm transition. It's very important in general, and for our reality, it's crucial. So we as we need to call it like psychic health, not like mental health, because it's just copied. It's just copied, like translated from English version. So it's there is like some philological, some linguistic discussion. So we cannot be afraid of the words that's etymologically related to the word psycho, because psyche it's about the ability of develop your potential, etc., to be efficient in social way. So it's not connected. It has nothing to do with psychiatry and stigmatization. And now I'm as a doctor. So I turned into the from the 2014. I've completely turned into a military doctor. I have more than over 3,000 of my own patients. And those are girls and guys. So I can show my presentation. So I now comment. So there's like panic attack again. I have to go to work. I've been everywhere and no result. Please help. The girl, the medical worker is terribly anxious. That's how my messenger looks almost every day. And so it's so do my colleagues' telephones. I will tell you about one terrifying event, one case. So there was a phone call from one of my patients who came to me in the 14th. Let me bring to you my commander. So he was captured. So he was a hostage in Ilovaisk. So my commander doesn't get out from home. He is not accurate. Lack of grooming. So his wife left him. So he was his commander, and he was captured for about 3 weeks. So he said, could you bring your medical documentation? And he said he has none, because for those 7 years, he did not address any specialists. So that's how our transition looks. This person went from military service into nowhere. And his family situation, it was not helpful as well. So it's an illustration of our present day. We had a discussion with Marta about the Minister of Defense that's obliged to send people into the society with some package of screening about his state, their state. I love the model of Netherlands. I'd like to clarify more in the embassy about their policies. So they have the legal framework from Veterans Department, that the person during the first 18 months they need to undergo the screening of their mental health state. They get like 3 questions. he is asked about his their experience, and they are informed what kind of opportunities they have in social and working life. And well, and there is a difference between people who is just after transition and who has been living in the society for about 3 months. So there is a very clear difference between those people. And in our mental health institution, there are people from all over Ukraine. So what are our challenges? I like this picture. Our war and our events, they are very individual, very like special. Why can we combine the experience from everywhere and adjust it for our reality? Because our territory is a war zone. Unlike America and the Netherlands and Britain, they are taking part in military actions not in their territory. And it's a hybrid nature, and that it's not completed, and those ongoing triggers that interfere with the development of substantial policy to dealing with it. And it's also this comorbid organic component, like post-concussion syndrome, like small subtle brain injuries and post-concussion syndrome, and we are dealing with that a lot. And we, as a neurologist, we have a huge statistics of cases when the trauma was not documented, and the clinical picture is very complicated. And premorbid state is one of the challenges, because unlike any other country, it was never researched, it was never examined enough, the state of the person who just got into war. So it creates much bigger challenge for psychotherapists. The military trauma that's combined with premorbid state, and it's getting into chronic state, it's passing the acute state, and all those specialists know how difficult it is to treat chronic conditions. So, and there is this circle, vicious circle. There is a psychotrauma and primary psychosomatic disorders that were misdiagnosed, and there's a low culture of medical literacy, especially if people live in the village, and those are like primary somatic disorders, and it very much complicates the psychotherapeutic intervention. And considering all those features, our veteran society needs absolutely integrative approach in psychotherapy. It cannot be merely EMDR or CBT or CPT. EMDR doesn't work with post-concussion syndrome, and CBT may not work with some person from village with low cognitive abilities. And we can add additional methods like body therapy and all other additional methods, not just like herbs or some fortune tellers. Of course, we use basic pH channels, somebody getting through like physical symptoms, somebody like through cognitive channel. So our features may look weird, look strange for other countries who obviously apparently have a good experience, but we have a lot of very particular features. So I invite you to collaboration. So there is a training platform on the basis of our hospital with good equipment, big rooms, and we can run the conferences together. And what we do, we provide learning for, like training for psychologists, psychotherapists. So of course it's not CPT, not EMDR, but those are some integrative methods approach, and that's very important. Thank you very much. Ms. Ksenia, do you have any questions to this brilliant speaker, Ms. Ksenia? It was very inspirational speaker. Do you know Ksenia? Now next to you there are the representative of Ministry of Defense, so I hope there will be an interesting discussion together with us. There is Bogdan Plish, the Deputy Minister of DO, and Ms. Chernenko, psychologist, psychiatrist, PhD, and mental health scientist of Ministry of Defense. Could you please give your perspective how the especially about the issues on the screenings that Ms. Ksenia was talking about, how to use it in transition, what are the perspectives, please? Thank you. I want to use this occasion. I want to greet the representatives of management of the VA and of Development Foundation for this brilliant occasion to communicate with the whole world, because the mental health issues is so everybody is interested in mental health issues, and it's the key, the indicator of the level of development of the society. So if the level of mental health of nation is high, so it's a healthy nation. And analyzing our event, I want to emphasize that each speaker is trying to achieve some result by any means, as well as alternative ones. So I think it's not random that the speakers who are like medical workers were at the end, put at the end of this event. So only the collaboration of the state officials and medical workers and mental health specialists can give some results. I will pass the floor to my colleague about the diagnostics, medical-social rehabilitation, etc. that are available in Ministry of Defense.
Лише єдиний один день, коли не було війни. А відповідно проблеми, які
to say that as long as we have humanity, as long that many times we have wars going on, therefore the issues, the challenges we are facing today, unfortunately, we're going to face them in the future. So the issue we have in the east of our country also made our ministry face a challenge of working with the mental health of veterans and ex-combatants, people who took part in ATO and JFO. Therefore, our institutions of the Ministry of Health, we have this approach for rehabilitating of ex-combatants. Each medical institution has specified departments of rehabilitation and rooms where psychologists and psychotherapists are working, and their task is to diagnose soon enough any disorders, especially those, in particular those that are associated with stress. Another specificity of this rooms are that they're doing psychological education so that the combatants know where they can go and how it happens. Another specificity of those rooms and departments is that psychotherapists who are there are doing specifically psychotherapy, and they're doing individual psychotherapy and other medical counseling in general. And when a patient, a military person, is admitted to the medical institution, he undergoes psychotherapeutic work, and when their stay in the medical institution is over, they go to the sanatorium that's subordinated to the military ministry, where they can continue receiving psychotherapeutic work and where they can undergo the medical psychosocial rehabilitation necessary, because you cannot speak about mental health separately from somatic health. So that's why this work is organized this way. When the person is released from the armed forces of Ukraine, obviously those people become part of the veterans category, and they undergo rehabilitation in the civic conditions. What I want to say is data shown by American scientists is their opinion is the 7th or 8th year of the war is the highest point of mental health disorders. So based on the experience of our foreign colleagues and doctors, I believe it would be logical to keep in mind this information and to be ready for any events and any turns in our country. And in the sphere of in the general and in the sphere of mental health in particular, I believe that today it would be very necessary and relevant to promote attending and seeing a psychologist among the servicemen and the general population, since today there is a stigma and a concern related to studying seeing psychotherapists. This tendency is not unique for Ukraine. It's there all over in the world. Everything that starts with psychotherapist, psychologist. This is scary. No, I will not go there. I believe it will be very valuable for our state officials to create such educational promo videos, broadcast on television, videos that would promote where you can go, what institutions are there, what are their lifelines available, so that a veteran or serviceman or a military person could go there and get a complex rehabilitation, psychosocial aid, and therefore improve their health, the quality of their life, and to pass on a strong psychosocial health to their children. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Inna. What do you think? How to perhaps your colleague can also provide his perspective. We see now, and the feedback from Ksenia and from other participants is of this discussion from other experts, we can see that there is the issue of transition from the civil military career to the civil career. And when a military retires from the service, they become a civilian. So basically there is no transition as such. And as I understand it, the expectation is that the Ministry of Veterans Affairs is the one to work with that person in the future, but as such there is no transition, no time where a military person kind of gets to terms that they're no longer a service person and get ready that they will join the civilians. Can you tell us, do you have any ideas, do you plan to work on in this field? If I may, just yesterday we had a meeting with a deputy minister, where together with the Ministry of the Veterans Affairs, the previous speaker was in charge of those groups, I mean Ihor Bezkaravainyi, and at that meeting we discussed the roadmap of that transition. Of course, using first of all, founding ourselves on the experience of our American colleagues. They have quite solid experience in that, and many things have already been worked on in that direction. Yes, the time before they retire is within the Ministry of Defense. Then the Ministry of Veterans is working on the database of veterans, and then we will discuss this issue. We are providing for the veterans of military service. We still monitor them. We monitor them in voincomats. They're now called the Centers for Military Personnel. Moreover, the majority of the veterans, they are still receiving medical care in the medical institutions. They have a right to go to the sanatoriums. So we are not abandoning our veterans, but there are much more veterans that are not matching that status of a veteran of military actions. So now the focus is on how to provide for this category as well. Thank you. Clear? Thank you for your answer. If there is any question, you're welcome. Dear colleagues, I believe it will be interesting to listen now to the psychologists who are working directly with the veterans, and I would like to invite Antony Melnik, as Vitality Project Donbass supervisor, a member of Development Foundation NGO. Antony, are you with us? Yes, I am with you. Good evening. Good evening, Antony. Happy to see you. Happy to welcome you at our conference. Tell us, please, about your work, about those standards of psychotherapeutic work that you use. First of all, I'd like to point out that I have my colleagues beside me, scientists, psychologists. We are at Lesia Ukrainka Volyn National University and the psychology faculty, the faculty that trains practical psychologists, that trains students to work with people who are in a challenging life situation. And in the same room with me, there are my colleagues and teachers who, besides the lecturing work, also have their practice. They're specialists in art therapy and client-centered therapy. And I also want to point out that from the very start of this conference, we have our students with us in the room, ex-combatants, the master students that are in their way of getting a higher education diploma, who are also already ready to start working, rehabilitating ex-combatants who are involved in the system of providing psychological services. As the time is limited, I'd like to focus on the experience I received thanks to Development Foundation NGO that involved me in Donbass Vitality Project, and the experience that I received there, I would like to briefly describe it and share it with the audience today. The essence of my work was that together with my colleagues, I provided supervision to the providers who were providing psychological services to their clients. At the first stage of the program, when Katya Koltsa and Marta Pelovarenko were training the providers to work with their clients, it was quite a lengthy process where the providers, the psychotherapists, were acquiring certain skills and knowledge in terms of working with psychothematics, while in the context of providing psychological services. The second stage was that of advocacy and education, and the third stage was a supervision and actually working with the clients, because the providers that were trained were actually the people living at the same territory that's close to the contact line. And many of them, in their time, also suffered from psychological trauma. They also witnessed shootings. They also had losses, physical ones and psychological ones, had physical, material, and psychological traumas. So and when they work with clients, they met those clients who faced similar problems that the therapists had faced themselves before. So therefore, clients' problems could be transferred to the providers, and obviously that could negatively affect the providers' mental health. So providing supervision to the providers is an important component of providing psychological services to the clients. It was necessary to support and to maintain the mental health of the providers of psychological services. And this is where supervision played an important role. So what about the task of the supervision? The goal of the supervision was to help the trained specialists to organize their own work in the first period where they just started doing that, because there was a lot of anxiety about whether I would be able to cope with the task they had set for me in terms of providing psychological services. Often the providers were anxious. What if I would do something wrong? What if I'm not yet professionally ready to provide such services? The task of the supervision was to decrease anxiety and to increase self-confidence. That is to trust your own capacity, that you have the capacity to provide such services. And also to help in more complex issues, to help the supervisors to provide help to their clients in more complex cases. Sometimes the provider themselves were not able to make a decision by themselves. They needed support or a piece of advice, or just having someone to discuss the challenges with. Mr. Antoni, if I may ask a question, can you as a supervisor evaluate or assess the burnout of the service providers? How serious is it if we speak in terms of, if we speak about the consequences of the work they're doing and its effects on the provider's own mental health? We weren't focused on researching the mental health of the providers specifically. Our task was to create the conditions where the provider could provide their services in a quality way, in this way to maintain their own mental health, their emotions, because during of course, it was burnout definitely took place in the process of work, and it was hard to recover. That's why supervision meetings, they were aimed at resolving challenging cases for the providers, and on the other hand, we try to create conditions for each provider to believe that they can really do their work. That is to make them confident that they are qualified enough in the work they're doing. And creating this atmosphere with working with the providers, it's helped to form a certain resilience within the providers, meaning ability to face the stress they faced in the course of providing services, and that would maintain their mental health and protect them from the burnout. Thank you, Antoni. Now let's talk to another practitioner, as English-speaking people say, that is someone who is working with veterans, Victoria Slotina Chorna, a veteran herself. the chief psychologist of the police and a specialist of a development foundation and fatality project Donbass. Are you with us? Yes. Hello, very happy to welcome you. Saying hi to you from Kramatorsk. Good afternoon, Ms. Victoria. Thank you for joining us. Greetings to all your colleagues. Very happy to see Kramatorsk so close to us in Kyiv. A similar question to you. A question about the standards of psychological work, those that are using your everyday work with veterans. Could you please comment on that? I work, well, I'm a psychologist in the Bakhmut district police department, and we work, in our department, we also work with Toretsk town. Those are the last Ukrainian towns before they occupied Horlivka. Almost 100% of police officers who are serving now, all of them have the status of that of the combatants. Each one of them has their own story. They don't really like to speak about that. Actually, when we moved to Toretsk, my husband is also serving in the police. We were born in Horlivka, and we had about 40 employees like us. What happened to us? I call it a special experience. Some of us took part in military actions in Debaltseve, some were in Horlivka, some were in Donetsk. Everyone has their own very special story, and they're not eager to share that. Sometimes you speak to the person every day, they're very cheerful and smiling on things, on top of the things, and somewhere in the informal communication you hear a question like, when we were exiting the Baltseve, I still remember how we would pile the bodies one on top of the other. Is it normal that I would come back to that experience over and over again? And you realize, oh, it was difficult. As for the standards, Donetsk region is served by 9 psychologists plus the heads and the deputy heads. And this is for 4,500 of officers. During the time since 2014, everyone who took part in who had the status of someone who took part in ATO, they have some kind of history. There are lots of stories when there is a shooting attack and someone has to go and work with that, because if no one comes and the house was damaged, people living there would not get compensation if it's not fixed and documented. So a group of people go there and they witness the artillery attack themselves. Now a very interesting book has been released. It's called Non-Combatants. It's about the police officer, despite their part of the JFO, the police officers will never stand together with the walls that Ukraine still exists. Although we understand how all of it might have turned out. We have not seen that book yet. Looking forward to it very much. This book says a lot about the police experience in this war. As for the techniques, each psychologist, the National Police of Ukraine, legal documents are not limiting the psychologist in any way. They might use whatever they consider necessary. We have polygraphologists, we have transactional analysis. As for my work, I'm very grateful to Marta, Pelovarenko, to Katya Koltso, in general, to the entire team of Development Foundation for this opportunity. Last year, we managed to touch upon somatics, and it yields very good results. Because in general, a police psychologist has to work within some very limited time. People have no time for therapy. They say, well, for example, it's not a secret that the police officers, they have a 24-hour shifts, and in the morning the psychologist has 10 minutes to provide a tool that might work: deep breathing, relaxation. This is what they might use in order to feel better. Next to me, I have my colleagues. They've also mastered this method of helping veterans. They're working, and we're very grateful that we are part of this team. Also, many of us, including me, we use a cognitive processing technique in our practice, and it also yields very good results. In general, if we speak about psychological support for the employees, we don't have a clear indications if it should be 1 session or 5 sessions. I can decide myself depending on the person's requests. The tools that I've just mentioned, they really work, and they help to improve mental health. I realize that we are running late. Thank you. I want to give floor to Yana. Poruch, the NGO Poruch. Yes, I'm the coordinator of the center. We are gathered now, Center of Supporting Veterans and their Families, and we are very happy. Please, could you manage within half a minute so that we finish on time? Yes, I'll just speak about the place where we are gathered. It's the initiative of the veterans and in the initiative of the NGO, the Union of Veterans Donbass. We have six divisions within our center to support the veterans, but the psychological department is the main out of them. So now we have this chance to welcome the participants of the mental health conference. And I'd like to greet everyone, all the participants of this conference, and to wish success in your further practice. Thank you. Thank you for your work, for what you're doing for our veterans. Thank you for your tremendous effort. Soren, it's a tough job to do. So thank you from the bottom of our heart. Speaking about the standards, I would like to summarize those positions. We have Vitaly Harechko with us, advocacy officer of a development foundation. Could you please summarize the standards of psychological that you use? And tell us, please, about the role that the NGO plays in order to stimulate the psychologist community to apply the standards for psychotherapeutic work. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank again to UNDP to thank the UN Recovery and Peacebuilding Program that supports such activity, in particular our conference today. As for how to implement the standards and which standards to implement, our mission, the mission of the NGO, is to equip the psychologists with the tools that are efficient and science-based that would help veterans and other sensitive groups as much as they need it. So from the mental health of the provider, mental health of the psychological services providers affects the mental health of the veterans that they help. So what I would call the standards, that's actually just the quality work of the psychologists, starting from the training. Our conference today has shown that there are lots of psychologists in Ukraine. So far, not so many world-recognized approaches are being applied, and this is what the Third Foundation is doing, in particular the Development Foundation NGO. We're inviting such professionals to Ukraine we try to introduce those specialists to psychologists, and we try to engage state institutions, in particular the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, the Ministry of Health, and other institutions that also require that. So I believe that the third sector, for the third sector, it's easier to do that, and they might be faster in that. So thanks again to everyone who joined our conference today. And I hope that we will manage to implement as many as possible the project that would help the veterans. Thank you, Vitaly. I'd like to take just 15 seconds with the comments to say that the comments we see in our Zoom chat show that the audience is interested about that they value the work of the psychologists. It's a very important field of work. We believe it's especially valuable to work with psychologists of Ministry of Defense, because they're working every day with the combatants and their family members. So again, we would like to thank the psychologists who work with veterans and help them to really come back from the war. Natalia Akimova comments that one of the direction of reintegrating veterans is education. Receiving another degree in the education institutions, the veterans get a new chance to realize themselves in the society and to take in responsible positions. In this institution, 42 veterans study in this program, and we are known for the accessibility of our program to this category of students. Thank you, Ms. Natalia, for your comments. Thank you for doing this work. To summarize our conference today we have heard a lot of information, analytical data, research data, a lot of data on the evidence-based, science-based psychotherapy, and as international practice and Ukrainian practice prove, there is an abundance of research that show it from different perspectives. As we are today, the Ministry of Veterans is ready to work in that direction, to proceed in that direction, to apply the practices recognized by the international community. And there are international organizations that are ready to help Ukraine to finance that field of work. Therefore, we hope that those methodologies will be applied and scaled, and therefore we will move forward. Thanks a lot to the participants of our discussion today. Thanks to the audience for your attention, your time, and your comments. Wish a nice evening to everyone, and to all the veterans and psychologists and supervisors who are watching us. A huge thanks for your tremendous work. Goodbye.